Good morning. Hopefully this audio is working. Yeah, typical. Did the Windows update and it defaulted all the OBS settings. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Hankin. How you doing? Welcome in, Test Battle Coolers. Pilgrim Blaze. Good day, guys. Hope you are well. Welcome, 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 welcome. Good day, good day. How you doing? Hey, Sal, good day. How you all doing? Oh, what a long weekend. Not long enough, though. Not long enough. Hopefully all the microphones and stuff are transmitting. Yeah, I updated the Windows update, and it did the typical thing where all the OBS settings go back to like default. And it just sucks when it does that. Thank you so much, Hankin, for the 52 months.
ルーイングベル。顔文字、笑顔。
Mm-hmm.
ハッピーニューイヤー。
Not long now. Just a couple more days. Couple more days, give or take. Oh, thank you so much for that, dude. I got the new audio system hooked up, guys. It's a little bit fiddly. And there is only one issue with it. The quality is insane compared to the old setup. The biggest issue is that when it's in charge, it makes a slight sort of like sound. But long as music's playing, or like I'm talking or there's game sound, you don't hear it. It's very, very faint. And again, it's only when the device is charging, so like the moment that like when you turn it off, you don't get the sound. But it's cool. I've got all the cables set up just in case and stuff. Yeah, it's just the electric noise. There's no way I can sort out, but it's very, very faint. But that's the only thing. Oh my god, what the fuck? The hell was that? Or is that just alerts going through? Oh wait. Is that because I haven't disabled something? Let me find out what that is. I don't even know what that is. What that sound was. Wonder if it's from that. Let me just quickly check stream elements. Alerts. Yes, maybe that. Waiting for the year of replayability? Yeah, why is that not working? Let's go put that to there. Yeah, let me just delete this then. Oof. Just gonna delete all these things. Sorry, I'm just quickly sorting out as much as I can here. Alright. I'll reset that as well. Hey, Glitch, welcome in. Alright, that's that sword. Why doesn't fourth wall work? Let me check out. Alright. Let's see if this works. No. Not working. Oh well. I'll have to figure it out another time. Let me just disconnect it and reconnect it, see if that works. I have that. I'll need to get it set up on the other platform then. Yeah, it's very strange. Very strange. Like it works on one platform, it doesn't work on the other. I got everyone written down, by the way. Look at that. So we'll do that later. I got everyone written down. Nix was freaking out when I was popping the balloons as well. So we'll do the birthday giveaway on like later on. And if I forget, at least we got it written down. Wonder how the servers are actually running today. I need this. Morning, Tuff. How you doing, dude? Ooh. God damn. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is what we're playing with today, then. Hey, Sideways, good day, dude. Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Game's running a little slow. Hey, Chuju, welcome in, dude. Addicted to No Rest for the Wicked? Yeah, it be like that. I'm purposely not playing it, though. Just because I'm waiting till end of January. Because it doesn't change. Like, it doesn't randomize. Only in certain zones does the stuff randomize, so when you go through the story, you have to do it all over again in multiplayer. Oh yeah, we got the railgun on our back, right? Because we were trying to do that things. One report says the 4 separate hacking groups. Oh, the Ubisoft stuff, yeah. Well, what'd you expect? It's Ubisoft. It is Ubisoft. Hey, Blasty, how you doing, dude? I just generally wouldn't play any fucking Ubisoft game. I'd boycott it. Or boycott it, whatever you want to call it. Absolute fucking shittery of a company. Alright, I wonder...
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Yeah, so now does
Your
this actually
insurance
claim
claim
it
has been
does, yeah.
sent.
Oh man, I wish Ubisoft would just disappear and somebody else take over. It's just such a bad company. Just bad. Everything bad about it. Bad games. And it's not the developers at fault, it's just always rushed out. Everything is just rushed out with that company. Security people were probably laid off last year. Yeah. Hopefully it'll disappear. Hopefully EA will disappear. That would be amazing. BioWare, all these other companies just fucking change it to something else. But I don't have to fix that shit? Yeah.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Kinda want to keep the arrow fit. Maybe we'll take the Scorpius back, actually.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I need to get
Your
some more
vehicle has been
modules.
delivered to the vault.
I was half tempted to try a Raven as well today. Like, it was Saber by what's it called? Hornet Ghost Mark II, because you can apparently get them in Lorville now.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
Do,
System
do,
check.
do, 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 do.
Takeoff complete.
But yeah, I want to play around with some different stealthy ships today.
Landing gear raised. Shields off.
Raven has a bug with the weapons from apart. Cannot confirm since I'm poor and don't have one. Could test that out. We could. I'll test out an Arena Commander though, if that's the case. It saves time. I got a funny bug, I got a crime stat, went to prison, no crime stat, but a permanent bounty.
Quantum drive is now off.
But if you die to the permanent bounty, do you go to prison though? How you doing, Spinner?
Quantum drive is now off.
You don't go to prison. Interesting. That actually sounds pretty good, actually. The problem is, though, is if you kill the bounty hunter, you have to let the bounty hunter shoot you first, so that you don't go to prison or don't get a natural crime stat regardless, which kind of sucks. Because in that sort of situation, you actually want to hit first whilst they're approaching you. Because say you go atmosphere, you could fire 2 size 2 missiles at them, and it'd be very difficult to dodge out.
Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, Seiko, take care of it. Thank you for the look. Alright, we'll go and buy the Saber some things. Again, I kind of want to check out the Ghost Hornet as well.
Shields on. Landing gear deployed. Landing with compassion. Engines are off.
Yes, I'll use this. That should give me the modules, I think, to be able to do this. And then I need to get some guns. I think. But I'll go and buy the guns, and
to the
then...
ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has
Yeah, I'll
been
buy
moved to
the
our storage
guns. Deliver here. Nope, not that one, you silly game. I'll buy the guns, then we'll go to Arena Commander and test if the Ravens bug. That is the plan.
Goodbye.
Yo, Critic, thank you very much for the 11 months, dude. One more month to go. Holy shit.
顔文字キス
I did used to play in ultra wide P, but yeah, and then I went to 4K 16:9, and I'll never go back to ultra wide ever again. Because, and hear me out, and quote, VR glasses that come out next year are so light and better resolution than any fucking monitor you'll ever be able to purchase and run. So right now, I use 16:9 to make it good for the stream, and then I'll have VR for myself. That's how I'll be doing it. This is absolutely zero reason for 21.9 and 32:9 nowadays. Because of where VR is going. Raven wasn't bug for me, I think it's just a bug with the 2K Ravens. With the 2K Ravens? What do you mean? Oh, by the way, chat, just to let you know, Pimax got in touch with me over the weekend, and I turned down the sponsorship deal. Because I said, and quote, we'll wait for some more stuff next year. And they were interested. So, yeah. Interesting decision? Well, I'm not a sellout like everyone else. That's why. I've already told you guys what you should be buying for VR next year. It would be absolutely, you know, what's the word? Two-faced? Because I said to them, I was like, as much as I would love to test out your hardware, I was like, I'll wait till next year just purely because I've been telling my stream that there's only 2 headsets you should be buying next year. And that is the Steam Frame or the Pimax Air SE. Everything else is absolutely worthless in purchasing. So it was like, there's no point in me like trying to sell stuff to people if I'm already telling people that there's better headsets, you know? I'm wondering if I could replace my monitors with next-gen VR headsets. Oh, definitely. 100%. Holy shit. Yeah. Easy clap. Oh, wait. I need to take off the other thing off that thing, actually. Yeah, right now, no joke. I would not be upgrading any monitors, any VR headset until next year. And just follow the channel and I'll let you guys know. Because right now, the advancement jump in VR in 2026 makes it where there is no point doing like free monitor setup because of how light and how good the headsets are. And to run free monitor setup for like simulators is more than trying to run these high resolution VR headsets that are like that can do 4K or 144, 4K, 5K, 6K, 8K, all these sort of things, right? And obviously, like if you're wanting monitors over goggles and stuff like that, but I would generally get a really good 144 16:9 monitor for gaming, which is also fantastic for streaming as well, and then get yourself a VR headset next year. But you need to wait for certain things. Oh, I actually had enough of them. I need mirages though. That's a bit annoying. I thought I had more mirages. I need to get some then. By the way, in your free streams, YouTube has the best quality, but also has huge latency. Kick is the worst for me, but same. Yeah, because, again, that's is each to their own, you know? You got free choices. YouTube is practically just like a VOD thing for me anyway, that people can use for live streaming. I generally don't. YouTube is worthless, absolutely worthless. Like for money income and stuff like that. And since I don't do like shorts and other videos, it's just literally to have a permanent VOD system and stuff like that. And then Kick for me has much better quality than Twitch. So again, everyone is different, dude. I need... Yeah, we kind of go and buy some more launchers as well. We need some more guns. Yeah, alright. Missile launchers and guns we need. You would think VR is the one thing frame gen would be perfect for. Again, like VR is going to massively explode in the next like 5 to 10 years, especially with like what technologies are coming out. But right now, ultra wide like gaming is just it's not worth it, man. It really isn't. It really isn't. And this is somebody with fucking like 10 years plus of ultra wide gaming history, track IR, all these things. Like when I say shit, it's not from somebody that just decides to change, you know, after like fucking 6 months of trying out some stuff. This is somebody that has like, you know, over 10 years experience in every field. And after going with a decent 16:9 monitor, there's no fucking need for ultra wide. Absolutely not. It's just a gimmick, as far as I'm concerned. Because if you get good head tracking for these type of games and you've got a really crisp fucking 16 monitor, you'll never need it. Yeah, YouTube is 1440p to give you really good like VOD quality and stuff.
The next shuttle
It's a little bit delayed when people are chatting, but
Last call for
again, like
passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
not really pushing anything for it to do with YouTube. YouTube is just fucking shitty, like it really is. Like the only platform that's really good right now is Kick. That's it. Every other platform is just shitty. I'll never go back to ultrawide. I got ultrawide here, ultrawide here, ultrawide here for like utility monitors, just because it's really good to have like extra parts on it. Because you can use an ultrawide monitor to basically do the same as 2 screens, which saves on resources. Especially if you're streaming, because every extra monitor is another like, you know, drain on the GPU and stuff like that. But I will never go back to ultrawide gaming. Never. I'll just go VR instead. Especially with next year. Because the micro OLED VRs that are coming out next year that have like insane weight costs or reduction in weight costs, you could just sit back in your fucking chair and just do big screen gaming.
This is your stop. Please prepare
Or something like that. Even if it's like a non-VR game. But again, each their own. Whatever you want to do. I just want to do it. I don't really care about HDR as a streamer anyway. Can't see HDR for a stream anyway. Hey, dude, I ain't trusting Windows with anything for a fucking stream, dude. You must be fucking crazy. I literally updated Windows over the weekend and it defaulted my OBS settings for audio, so yeah, you can get fucked if I'm gonna let Windows do anything regarding stream. It is not worth it. Pimax Air is supposed to be a standalone and able to stream wirelessly, right? Yeah. But you can also cable it. Yeah, it's one of the better headsets. I'm still on the, like, for me, I'm waiting to see what the Steam Frame is. So right now, your 2 competitors that you have are Steam Frame and the Pimax Air. Everything else, like the Beyond 2 is not worth it when it comes to price and what you're actually getting out of it. So they're the 2 headsets to go for. The Steam Frame, even though it doesn't have OLEDs and stuff like that, is really good price, plus because obviously you can store games on it, you can take it anywhere, blah blah blah. It's really fucking cool. You can't do that with the Beyond 2, and the Pimax has a certain amount of space and stuff like that, so they're the 2 to watch for. But it all depends on what the Steam Frame is priced at. Now I own a Quest 3. It is what it is, good but not wow. It's a good headset. Like, again, if you're not like a VR enthusiast, you don't really need to go that crazy with things for like VR, if you know what I mean. But the thing is though, is I just would not buy any VR headset at all right now. Wouldn't buy it until next year. Just purely because of what's coming out. Like, people are I'm watching people buy fucking MetaQuest for fucking Star Citizen. It's like, holy shit, man. Like, MetaQuest, like the Quest in general, is like the Wii Fit for fucking gaming, as far as I'm concerned. It's like one of those gimmicky fucking headsets. What we do? No, actually, what we need. What's it called? So I guess it's in the other place then. But hopefully Valve will release their information about how much the Steam frame's gonna cost. Like, the moment, if they price the Steam frame too much, I'm gonna instantly pre-order a Pimax Air SE without even testing it. Well, the thing is, though, is you don't need to do stuff with Facebook anymore now with the meta, but it's just like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like buying a Switch, right? You don't buy a Switch for intense fucking high-def gaming, right? You buy it for funsies and fitness and, you know, being able to take it around to your friend's house or go on holiday with it, you know what I mean? That's what the Meta Quest is in the VR world. It's the same thing. It's the cheap to get into, you know, decent spec for what you need it for, but it ain't exactly fucking PC gaming, you know? That's the way to look at the Meta Quest. It'll get the job done, but it, again, is massively a waste of money right now until you find out where the Steam frame starts. Because I would rather wait for the Steam frame over anything right now, and then if the Steam frame is priced too expensively, I would go for the Pimax.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
But also, I wouldn't advertise for people to go for the like Pimax Super unless you're into massive VR gaming, because you'll never be able to push 8K VRing at a decent level for another like 5 years. So, you know, this is why I turned down the sponsorship deal with Pimax. Is just like, I don't want to advertise a product, personally, in like the wrong time to advertise a product, but also I don't want to advertise a product when they have a much better platform coming out. It's not their, you know, their flagship or like their main one, but it's more of a consumer version that I would buy myself. I would never buy a Pimax Super for myself, and I am somebody heavily into VR.
It's your stop.
Just because
Please
you
prepare
can't
to dismount.
hit those qualities unless you've got like some fucking god tier PC. And I'm not spending god tier money on a PC when I would rather have like, you know, the next 5-10 years of gaming easy and, you know, stuff like that. Pimax. If somebody was to give me $1,000 right now, I would order up the Pimax SE Air. People. But I'm always looking for, I don't want to buy something just because it's expensive, right? I'm looking at, can I get a decent headset for like the price of it? Because I don't need the controllers or the towers. I've already got that because I've got the Index. So I've got one of the best VRs that has ever come out to date, obviously, like as a Gen 1. And for me, I will only upgrade because I want two things. One, I want it to be able to be light on the head, wireless, so that I don't feel like it's pulling my head forward or pushing down on my shoulders for gaming, because that's what fatigues you out, right? You're wanting something light that you can put on, and it's like, you know, no more than the weight of your mobile phone. The Pimax and the Steam are under mobile phone weight, which is really, really, really good, right? The next step is I'm looking for good quality of gaming with good hertz, like good resolution. I'm not looking for 8K because you're never going to be able to push 8K gaming in VR. Only in certain games, like maybe VTOL VR, but to be honest, you're not going to notice the difference in a game like VTOL VR from 4K to 8K because it's got low texture qualities. You're only ever going to see something like that in a game like Alex, but even Alex doesn't have 8K textures. So why the fuck would you ever want an 8K gaming platform if you can't even see it unless they have 8K textures? Now, Star Citizen technically could give you that, but the thing is though, it's not optimized, so you're never going to get like 60 FPS stable at 8K in a game like Star Citizen without having some issues. So again, it's just like, you know, super technology that's just not working right now. It's the same thing as like where everyone, 4K is slightly creeping up to mainstream, but again, right now, the best standard for gaming is 1/440p. There's no point pushing 4K unless you've got an absolute monster of a PC, because you're better playing 1/440p at 100 FPS than you are 4K at 60 FPS. That's my opinion, as somebody that has used all of this stuff. It's just a much better feeling to have that high resolution. So again, for me, I'm looking for a system that isn't like future-proof, because the funny thing is, you can buy a future-proof headset right now, like the Pimax Super, but the thing is though, is in 5 years time, the Pimax Super will be dust in comparison to what comes out, where future-proofing is just not possible with gaming whatsoever, right? So I'm looking for a headset that will carry me for a couple of years, or to 5 years, that's not going to like have any like negatives on it. And the Steam Frame and the Pimax SE, just really, the Air SE are ticking all the boxes right now for that. Because in 5 years time, the stuff that you'll get for VR will be insane. Absolutely insane. It'll be like 50 grams of weight, with micro OLED built in as standard, with like 8K fucking lenses and, you know, insane amount of depth and all that jazz. So, yeah. The Air is definitely, like, again, if I had the spare money, I'd pre-order it right now. But I'm very interested to see what the Steam Frame will be, because the Steam Frame will also be very, very optimized for low-tier games, which would be perfect for Star Citizen, as it's classed as a low-tier VR game. And before anyone goes, oh, but it looks really good in VR, that's not what I'm talking about, you fucking dense dodos. I'm talking about that it's not difficult to make Star Citizen look good in VR. It doesn't have, like, it's not built from the fucking base, you know, to the top. Built on VR. It's just a little bit of a, like, an extension on it. Look at a game like Alex. Alex is a high-tier VR game. Star Citizen will never be high-tier, because it's not built from the ground up in VR. Elite Dangerous can never be high tier VR because it's not built up from the base of it. Like, there is a massive difference playing a game like Alex VR to Star Citizen VR.
And why not take something very humble, soft and lovable,
There's a saying you can wait yourself to death for better stuff also. Yeah, but again, I'm not telling people to wait for 5 years. I'm saying that there's 2 headsets that come out next year that kick the living crap out of everything in 2025, and they will carry you for 5 years. There is no point buying a MetaQuest free right now for Star Citizen when it's redundant literally next year. That is an absolute waste of money.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, wait, I need to actually do the
Please
thing.
visit us again. Goodbye.
This is SE. This is an SE stream. Waiting is life, very true. It does look nice on paper, yeah. I will be very interested to see, like, what people say. Again, people are going to compare it to the Super, and that's just the wrong way of doing it. You shouldn't compare it to a Super. Like, match them with, like, MetaQuest, the Frame, the Stem, Beyond, all those things, and try and work out what you're looking for the best. There's also even more headsets coming out yet here, but you can't really talk about them because they're just sort of, like, concept, really. No, you won't need a 590 to use it. You don't need a 590. Like, again, like, you are never pushing these VR headsets to maximum settings, even with a 5090. You're not. Because the games that you're playing with them are not designed for that way. right? It doesn't work that way with VR. Because some games, for example, are not designed around like playing in 6 and 8K resolution, right? They're just not. So you only get that with like VR games that are built from the ground up, and no VR company is really pushing those boundaries. Even Alex didn't push that because they wanted people to actually enjoy the game instead of being stuttery. Because if you have a stuttery VR game, it's dreadful. It's really, really, really fucking bad. What did they put the other? I suppose that's fine, right? I need to get some mirages. Yeah. Also, I don't have any skins. Right, okay, let me quickly test this out. Just to see if it works. Yeah. Don't really need to change a fit on the Raven. Also waiting for the 5080 Super, if it has more RAM. I just personally wouldn't be buying, like if I was going to get any graphics card right now, I'd be getting a 5070 Ti. As it has literally the best sort of rating for gaming in general, so...
Systems green.
Yeah, it looks like it's working fine for me. That doesn't make sense to me because I own better. Do you base better because it costs more or because it does more? Because you can look at literally every breakdown of the 50 series, and right now the 5070 Ti is the best for gaming in all the stats that are out there just now. Hey Rick, good morning, dude. Alright, I'm gonna test this out. See how long this lasts now. Let's get back into it. Oh wait, I want to actually there we go. I hope CIG comes out with like a pirate skin for the saber. I think it'd be really cool, or just like a solid black skin for the saber. Yeah, but I didn't say VR, Piba. I said general gaming. That the 5070 Ti has the best stats right now. Again, you're like when you're doing VR, right? You can basically have like your headset on. You could be strapped to a 5070 Ti, for example, and you can lower like one setting, which is not really going to affect your visual like game whatsoever, and it will massively improve FPS and like frame rate and all that stuff, because a lot of games are just very poorly optimized these days. So you don't have to spend ridiculous amounts of money to get the same amount of gaming that other people do. One or two setting changes, and there you go, right? Maybe not pushing the full resolution of a headset out, you know? Lowering the hertz down to stuff that, again, your eyes are not going to take, like, see the difference between, like, 75 and 90 hertz. There's a difference between like 90 and 1 for 40 hertz. Yeah, you'll pick up on that. But between 75 and 90, you're not. So lowering down the hertz on the headset will give you more steadier frames. And you don't need to go into the depth of, I need to spend 5k on a VR headset, 5k on a fucking PC to play it, you know? You just don't. You don't need to go to that level for gaming. Only if you want to. If you got the excess money to go that crazy, sure. But I'll never advertise to people saying go the extreme route, you know? It's just not good. It's not good. Like, especially for Star Citizen backers, like people are like, oh, you've got to have a 9800 X3D and you've got to have a 5090 to play Star Citizen. Do you fuck? You are going to spend the price of like 2 or 3 PCs of gaming just for like 10 extra FPS. And the moment that CIG actually can be bothered to optimize the game, lower spec will work, you know, much better. I always build a PC around general gaming, not the game I'm playing. Because again, all it takes is CIG to actually give a shit, optimize it, and there we go. I don't think many people would be sensitive to different hertz. I think they're just placebo effect at that point. Like generally, if you can play at 75 to 90 hertz gaming, you generally are not going, like it takes special eyes to be able to see anything over like 120 and stuff like that. You're just not going to pick up on it. A lot of people will say they can, and they're just fucking talking shite.
Aegis combat assist activated.
Alright. So we got 4 extra power on this thing. Look at that. Holy shit. Also, what's this fucking song? Oh shit, it's this one. This fucking Mimi song. Look at those stats, chat. Holy shit. We are a fucking ghost. And we got 8 fucking size 2s. Woof. We could change out the spec as well. Nice.
Launch complete.
Exclamation mark song.
Landing gear rejected.
That's not the song either. Just use exclamation mark song. The Pimax Air is 2K. Are you buying the headset or are you buying everything? Because the headset is $899 for me. $899. Wow. God, it's only 8K in the fucking nav as well. It's kind of like the Hue, yeah. Yeah, the SE. The SE is the one you want to look for. Don't get the Air, the normal Air. The SE is so much better. Because it costs less. Again, if you're just buying a VR headset for the sake of jumping on the VR bandwagon, why would you spend $2K on a headset when you can buy $800 worth of headset and get the same sort of vibe from it?
Quantum travel.
Like, again, as I advertised, there is no need to go to the best of the best when you're never going to get the best of the best experience. You're going to be spending about fucking 10 grand on a PC if you want to have the best of the best experience. We're not talking about 50 series, you need that 6,000 fucking card. That's at $10,000 to buy it. So again, just don't see the point. The SE, the Steam Frame are literally hands down the best VRs to purchase next year. And if you want to go crazy, but I just don't think you need to. If I had, look at it this way, if I had 2 grand right now, I wouldn't be putting on a VR headset. I would be going and getting myself a 5070 Ti and I would get myself a Pimax Air SE for the same price as one VR headset, and I'm gonna get a better thing out of it, right? It's the same as buying a 5090 right now. If you got the money to buy a 5090, awesome. But they're not that good for gaming in general. They've got a good amount of VRAM and some other things, right? But at the end of the day, for the price of that card, you can literally get a top of the range PC. Why bother buying it, you know? That's always how I look at gaming. You don't always have to buy the best of the best. Because you can take some of the money that you would normally spend and make like monster PCs. I don't agree with that. It's really annoying for me to see individual pixels. That's why I don't use my Quest much, even if the textures. Yeah, but the thing is though, is like, look at it this way, right? You get a fucking Steam or a Pimax Super. You're never going to be able to push it to the highest quality, right? Well, even then, I wouldn't get a screen beyond. Like, you're paying more money than the Pimax SE, which is a better device. Again, you are buying something like the Beyond 2, right? Has OLED, but it doesn't have face tracking, and it has a really gimmicky eye tracking built into it, Spinner. So you are spending $300 more for no reason than getting up like a Steam Frame or a Pimax, because both of them have hand tracking and eye tracking built into it, and it's not the gimmicky shit. Dude, try and find any game you're gonna put to 8K fucking frames. You're not, dude, alright? We can barely play on 4K gaming. You are never pushing 8K gaming. In VR. You're not, dude. You're gonna be down to like fucking 30 FPS or something like that. That's what I'm saying. There is no point pushing, right? Yeah, but again, why are you going to spend lots of money to start tweaking around things? Right? When you can just get a better headset that doesn't need to do all that shit. At the end of the day, you're just buying expensive stuff for the sake of buying expensive stuff. Just to say, I have the best expensive things, and you don't. Like, you're like, oh, I've got to have a 5090, and then I've got to have a fucking 2K headset, and it's like... You spent like nearly 5K on fucking 2 items when you can buy like a whole PC and a top-of-the-range VR headset for that shit, right? This Hornet is very badly damaged. However, it does have possibly the shifts. Let's fucking do this.
Missile lock.
Oh no, it's gone low. Ooh. AI. I think I got lost now. Valve. It also uses a Tobii tracker for that. Are you talking about the Steam frame?
Missile lock. Missile lock.
Man, what's with the fucking missiles like not curving? This guy's chaffing like crazy as well. This is funny.
Missile lock.
This is so funny. I forgot that the saber has the stuff. I also love how the AI worm. Oh wait, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that'll run.
Missile lock.
Herald sighting? Yeah, it's a good scout ship. It's fast as fuck. Look at it. Yeah, he's coming back.
Missile lock.
Let's go on nav again. Hit. Look how badly damaged that is, chat. Hey, watch, I got free lift.
Contact.
AI. Yeah, they don't. Well, again, dude, you shouldn't be going up against a fucking saber in a fucking herald. Like, that thing is just meant to do data running. Like, this dude's fucking dropping missiles and trying to fucking. It's just memey shit, man.
Shields offline.
Again, look at. Wait, like, don't buy any VR headsets until Steam Frame announce their price. Because, holy shit, it will be amazing. Amazing stuff. Because the software for, like, the new VR stuff for Valve is looking really, really good as well. Like, where you're able to VR in the headset and then do, like, a normal desktop preview that's non-VR, which is really, really good for streamers and stuff like that, so it means, like, the streamer can play in VR and the consumer watching is just like you've got head tracking.
Initiated.
Which is really cool. And then on the screen you don't see the chat either, so in your headset you see the VR chat, but on the screen they don't. You can do some things like that already now in VR, but it all depends if the game actually, like, allows it.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel.
Oh god, I hate the warping in this game right now.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel initiated.
I binged Vox Machina I think I got like 4 episodes left in season 3, which I'll watch tonight. But yeah, I binged season 1 and 2 over the weekend. It's good. I still think Mighty 9 is better though.
Shields online.
We'll have to wait for Valve to list the specs. Oh, the specs are already out, dude.
Landing gear deployed.
Hmm.
Landing complete.
I wonder if it'd be better to do size 1 missiles just to make it a little bit like where you have more ammo. You'd have to fire 2 to be equivalent the same as a. No, actually more, right?
Launch complete.
More to equivalent. Nah, just gotta have to hit the mark a little better. We did waste like 3 missiles. Again, end of the day, you buy whatever you guys want to buy. Me, I won't buy unless it's cost effective. Because I would rather buy something in 2026 and then buy something again in like 2027.
Initiated.
That's why generally I won't upgrade to a 50 series from a 480 right now. Just don't see the point. Again, I'm playing on Star Citizen on 4K with round about 80 FPS. Unoptimized video game, I'll take that right now. Ooh, 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 there's the Herald.
Shields online.
What is this up to, chat? Is this dude trying to like PvP in a fucking Herald? You know the funny thing is, even though it's like super fast, it's so easy to spot a Herald. Look at the fucking length of the trail. Look. I wish I had the expense money to order up the Steam frame and the Pimax SE Air and then have them both hooked up at the same time. And like just set up one game and you know what I mean? Because it's so difficult to do that kind of jazz. Like, even with monitors, you know? I wish there was a place you... Hey, Alpha, thank you very much for the 51 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Contact.
I wish you could go to, like, a place where you can sit down and you, like, monitors, like, rotate on a wheel and you're like, oh, yeah, that monitor looks good. And then it rotates and it's another monitor. I really wish there was something like that. Where you could go in and just like play a game and there's all the VR headsets and just try them on and be like, ooh, that's really fucking cool, you know? But the problem is VR is one of the worst things to set up when it comes to gaming. It's really fucking bad. It doesn't matter what headset you buy, it's always a hassle. It's not just plug in and play, getting it set up, because sometimes even just like increasing the lens just by like a millimeter changes like certain games. It's a fucking bollock. This is why like I can't wait till we get like the fucking suction cup VR gaming in the back of the skull. Or like player one. Dude, like if I said this last week. If I can... It's NPC, I think. Yeah, NPC. If I can live long enough to see the player one experience, I'll be super happy. You just put the headset on, you got the gloves, and that's it, right? No fucking optimization shit, you're just taken into a different world. That is where I would love to see VR gaming going, or like, gaming in general, right? Because hardware is such a pain in the ass at times. And the funny thing is, right? When somebody says I'm getting a good experience with this, like for example, I say I'm on 4K gaming, 16:9. I'm on a 9800X 3D. Because I didn't go for the 700X 3D or where it was, right? 7800 or the 75. I can't remember which one it was. And I went from like jumped up from the 500 X3D, and I got the 4080. And if I had the excess money, I would go for a 5070 Ti. But also the same point is that people with the same spec or like higher spec than me have been like, oh, I can't get Star Citizen to work, it fucking crashes, and then it's like AMD drivers rolling back, and it's like. It's one of the things that just pisses me off with gaming in general, and why sometimes I think console gaming is better, not because of the games itself, right? It's more the experience. You get a PlayStation 5, you plug it in, you just fucking play. Everything to do with PC gaming is always a fucking hassle of I need to do this patch, or do I need to roll back this patch, and it's just so fucking annoying, man. There's another CPU coming out, the 9850X3D as well. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I'll upgrade. Ooh, that's a badly damaged arrow, but I think it's AFK. Also, I'll change this here. Put it down to 2.5. It'd be fucking cool if console gaming could make, like, a console that is, like, PC standard. Look, there's the Herald there, chat. Look at it. I don't know if you can see it, but even without being able to target, I could see it fucking, like, 20 kilometers away. There it is, there. Look at the fucking trail. But that also might be the Terrapin, but it looks small enough to just be the Herald. But that trail is ridiculous on that ship. Well, you can see as a white dot as well, right? Just above the crosshair just now. And I zoom out and you can just see it to the right of the crosshair. So noticeable. New gen near the end of 26 for AMD and Intel. Yeah, but are they moving? When is like for me? I probably won't upgrade until like AM6. Just purely because what's happening with the fucking RAM right now in prices. $27, $28. To be honest, like if the chip, you were saying what, like the 950? I'll see how much it is. Like again, I'm super comfortable with my gaming right now. There you are.
Contact.
What are the chances we get it, chat?
Friendly target.
Got it. Got it, chat. He's all yours. Ah, yes. Speed means nothing if you don't see. I'm riding my RTX 30 Ti as long as possible. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's like the best way. Because again, if CIG ever get round to optimizing Star Citizen, you know, they can't build Star Citizen for, oh, everyone has to have like a 9800 and a fucking 5090. It doesn't work like that. Because even with just like again, I'm saying on 70 FPS on Daymar, man, and I'm only using like, I'm not even using max GPU at times. It'll like bounce around. If they wait long enough, it does, I suppose, yeah. I'm more interested in a 60 series than a 50 series anyway. But apparently they're going up in prices again, like even more. Eventually down the line, it's going to be like where only the super rich can fucking afford high-end PCs. It wouldn't surprise me if you're having to drop like 4K on a fucking 6090. No, it's not, no. It doesn't come until sort of like after summer next year. It's called Genesis, is the system. In minimum spec? Yeah. Oh look, there he is, chat.
Missile. Lock.
Uh-oh. This dude's also watching the stream. There's no way you would know where I'm situated if you weren't.
Missile. Lock.
Let's quickly go to Thingybob and try and catch him.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete. Shields online. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
Also, the funny thing is, this dude fires missiles as he's moving towards me at high speed, so by the time that he gets within range of, like, firing the missiles, he's also passing the range of where the missiles lock on stuff. Sawbucks are great. I threw 4 on a clipper and it killed faster. Sawbucks are great, yeah. The fuck? I don't know. I need to check. I don't think it was like anybody ramming. I think it just randomly exploded. Sadly. Let me check radar. Yeah, just random. It's just desync, sadly. Because I never saw anything on radar. A Herald, I love my Herald, but the dude is giving me a bit. Again, it's like, I don't know, maybe somebody watched Captain Barracks killing in a Herald. It just doesn't work against the Saber, because like I said, by the time that they can lock the missiles, they're also under the missile thing, so they're just flying past me. A random weaponry, just saying, yeah, something like that, yeah. But I don't even think it is. I think it's just generally like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think there was any weapon above. Again, it's where we come back to the multiple rants of saying, I don't understand why CIG can't cull outposts after half an hour. I don't get it. I don't understand, and I would love for somebody to make me understand, why does anything in an outpost need to remain at an outpost after half an hour of disuse? Why? Why does it need to stay there at all? Why does an abandoned Corsair need to hover above it and stuff, you know? Also, if you do not do Rattler 2s with the Helvo, style points anyways. Again, you wouldn't... the thing is, right, the Saber in stealth mode, when the moment you can lock it is the moment and you try to fire missiles, if you fly too fast, you go under the missile firing distance. And that's what was happening with that Herald pilot. He's trying to fire missiles, but they're just locking, and then when he fires them, they're not actually locked. because I'm too close. Missiles just don't do well against stealth ships in general. Yeah, but the thing is though, is like half an hour is a decent amount of time for somebody to abandon something, right? And we're talking about abandonment where they've reclaimed, right? Or they've left the server. I'm not talking about if they're still present on the server. I'm talking about that it's being fully abandoned. It should disappear after 30 minutes as far as I'm concerned. Weapons and, you know, some ships that have the old system where when they destroy, they've got the landing gears and the landing gears stay on the things. Again, there's just no valid gameplay reason for those things to remain in an outpost cluttering up the area. Because if you don't change this, when the game gets more popular and you have like 1,000 people on a server, when you go to these locations, there's going to be even more clutter, right? Remember when people were fucking cluttering up inside Grim Hex with bikes everywhere and you could barely get to the stuff, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you can give me a valid reason why it needs to stay there, and I'm not talking about for salvagers, because you can go and do salvaging missions, right? I'm talking about just general gameplay. Why does an abandoned Corsair need to be at an outpost for more than 30 minutes? Hey, Callie, how you doing? Welcome in. Last week of 2025? I know. Hey, Nira as well. Welcome. Ideally, the game should spawn SRV contracts. No. See, the thing is though, is they should just give you contracts for NPC stuff, for like missions and shit like that. I just don't see the need to harvest the scraps at an outpost as far as I'm concerned, right? Or, there's another way CIG could do it. CIG could make it where, for example, there's no armistice zone, and then there's like turrets to protect and stuff. But the problem is people would freak out if there wasn't a bubble protecting folk.
Your insurance claim has been set. Your vehicle.
Like, I personally, you know how like Pyro has outposts? I think that's the best way to do it.
Stand by.
Well, the thing is, though, is you can't track to beam anyway if somebody has their shields up. 80172199999. If somebody has their shields on, you can't track to beam them regardless. It's just stupid. This is where, for me, I think when you hit atmosphere, you shouldn't have shields. I think shields should be disabled in atmosphere. But again, I'll go into high detail if people want of why I think that should happen. But it only should happen when the new flight model for atmosphere comes in. When everyone is moving around like a fighter in atmosphere, not a, UFO.
Aegis combat system activated. Systems green.
I'm gonna change up this playlist, chat. It's a little bit lacking. Shall we play?
You are clear to launch.
I just think all that BS phase they went through with the coffee cup. Oh yeah, completely agree. Again, look at this, right? Look. Like, tell me why this wing of whatever the fuck it is needs to be outside my hangar. Like, oh, sorry, a dead hornet. Someone explain to me why that needs to sit there for, a period of time.
Landing gear rejected.
Thank you. Please.
What benefit do you get from that? And all these abandoned ships out in the distance, you know? If somebody's not going to salvage that, then it should be deleted. Because look. Don't know how long that's been sitting there. These are all assets that take up other things. I'm struggling for things to do currently in game as money is no longer a concern. What stuff have you been doing to entertain killing people in the game? But that's an average day for me. Right now I'm testing out different stealth ships in combat for disabling without trying to get a crime stat. It's a very interesting gameplay loop. You've got to only disable somebody and not kill them, not get a crime stat. It's a pain in the ass, but it's an interesting gameplay loop. Are the bounty missions working? They are working, yeah. Last I was a crime stat, which was last week, I was getting a few bounty hunters chasing after me. I have no idea if that's changed over the weekend though, I've not been playing.
Quantum travel complete.
No idea. I'm gonna say like a Walmart drone, not a UFO. Yeah, probably true, yeah. I just always call it UFO because you shouldn't be able to yaw around in atmosphere at high speed. That is very UFO gameplay because even drones, to be honest, can't do that. Drones can't spin around at high speed going forward. They still have to sort of bank and do certain things. That's why I call it UFO.
Quantum travel complete.
I've never seen a drone at Mach 1 fucking yaw. To be honest, the moment that we start getting commercial drones going Mach 1, I think we're in trouble. We're in real trouble at that point. However, I was watching a video of this dude that's got a model plane. He's kind of doing a model plane, and he's put a camera in the pilot area of the thing, and head tracking makes the camera turn. So when you're it's in the pilot chair, and the model's got like a little hand and everything, but the camera is the head of the pilot. And when he's using head tracking for like drones and stuff, it makes it turn it inside. I think that's a really, really fucking cool idea. Really, really cool. So I, like, as much as I would love to get a drone, I kind of want to like have a plane, like an F-14 with the camera inside the cockpit. I think it's really cool. 27 on that bad boy. That's definitely military fit, looking at the spec of it. I have a feeling I could take on a wolf in atmosphere, but I need to be able to strike it first, I think. I win if I get like a good volley off on, because the wolf has like absolutely no armor whatsoever. Are those shredders? They are, yeah. I kind of feel like they're the best weapon system for what I'm doing. If I was going to use them for fleet fighting, probably not. Because tigers and mantis, for example, have like 4,000 rounds. And the crazy thing is, like in a fleet fight, when somebody's armor's gone, even one mantis size 3 can disable a power plant, right? Or shut down an engine and stuff. So definitely for fleet fighting, I think having ammo pool is more important than hit pool, basically. And I'm going for, I want decent amount of ammo. Ooh, here we go, chat. I want decent amount of ammo, but I also want to inflict a shit ton of damage. But I'm not wanting to fleet fight. Like, I don't want to go up against a 2 versus 3, right? Or, sorry, 2 versus 1. I want to strike on a target, like this wolf, for example, right? But also at the same time, not have to deal with possibilities, because there's missiles coming out here. There's a stealth ship here. This one here, look, I can just see it there. This one here is stealth. There. The Buccaneer. So the guy that I was fighting is now back in a Buccaneer.
Missile lock.
Let's send one his way, even though it's super delayed. I don't think these guys are against each other, so we have a wolf and stuff like that at the same point, right? So yeah, we got a stealth buck. A stealth buck is moving around. And a Buccaneer can produce a shit ton of damage as well. We need to move away a wee bit. Too close for my liking. Because I'm pretty sure that wolf and buck are together. They're not shooting each other. And they're right beside. Now, the buck's not going to be able to outturn me, but it'll be able to run away. So I would have to constantly swap targets like crazy. And there is a Corsair coming in. So there's something here at 10k. Then you got the Corsair heading in. That's probably AI above. And going with that, the Corsair never got shot at. Let's just assume that's also part of the team. Perseus is fucked up. There's the Corsair, yeah. See, the Corsair is not taking any damage. Does have a gunner though, which is cool to see. Again, I want to just stay out of the 10k range just now. Also, let me quickly set this down here.
Contact.
That's the AI, that's fine. Set this to 2-5. So the AI are going to be dive bombing. Here they come. That's them dive bombing now. Unknown why CIGF programmed to literally go into nav and crash into the ground, but there we are. Now, dealing with Buccaneer and Wolf would be difficult, but adding in a Corsair is going to also be super challenging to deal with. Oh, here we go. A cutter. There they are up there. So it's AI moving in. Yeah, 2. So yeah, he's going after the AI. 2 more coming in here, or possibly 1 more. Went on scan for a split second, but then disappeared. There we go. So we got what's that? C2, sorry, C1, A1 cutter. Then obviously we got Corsair up there dealing with the AI. Where is Wolf Boy? There's another one. There's a lot of these. Is that the bomber one? No, that's not the bomber one, right? There's a lot of targets, chat, but we could go for the Corsair. My only concern is if I go for the Corsair, I have no idea where the Wolf is. I don't really care about the Buccaneer. I'm gonna be able to outturn the Buccaneer. And this ship's heading towards me right now. Yeah. There's the Buccaneer. And I got radar locked. Let's bring it out this way. $15 on the other one. God damn it! There are so many people here! So we got 2 cutters. A fucking... Oh god, another one. So yeah, two clippers, a corsair, a cutter, a buccaneer, a wolf. What's it called? That pile of shit carrack. It's just a macro, yeah. It's basically, I've got a button on my joystick, so it's basically pressing the keyboard button over and over again on the joystick. You would just call it a macro, right? I'm flying the Saber in full stealth fit. A little bit out of my fucking capability to take on that amount. Maybe not, actually. All depends if those big ships have gunners. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, active and passive scanning would be lovely, yeah. Thoughts on EAC when like macros? Well, again, it's just me pressing the button over and over again. It's not like I'm trying to make like, look at, for example, you know Arc Raiders, how people are macroing to make a gun fire faster? My system is, you can press a button that, if you press your radar button, like what I'm doing, it does the same effect. So it's not a harmful macro, if you would to look at it. It's the same time period of pressing it normally. I'm not making a macro to make it go brrrr, you know what I mean? And that's what I think CIG would always frown upon. Oh my god, a fucking Asgard. I think only companies would care about if you're doing a macro to, like, cheat the system. Not just to change keybinds, you know? The first rule of fighting is always think you are tougher than you are. True. The thing is, again, it's not so much all these ships that I'm worried about. It's the fact that they're all beside each other, right? So if anybody doesn't know about atmosphere combat, you're very, very slow at disengaging. And even 1 or 2 hits from a potato player can disable me where somebody else can get me, right? Or a stray missile or something like that. And just purely because we've got a stealth buck flying around and a wolf as well, there are the main concerns for me, and it's just trying to find them whilst looking for some prey. Because again, here we go there, right? There's the Corsair. Now the Corsair is cannon setup. So in atmosphere, that's going to hurt me like fuck if it hits me, right? I'm always thinking YOLO. Well, again, you can't YOLO in this game anymore. If this was pre-master modes, I would have YOLO'd already. And I would have probably killed them all without them ever killing me. But right now, again, like we were demonstrating last week, 1 stray bullet disabled that player in the arrow that was better than me. And I won the fight because I just landed that ballistic round. That's what's going to happen here if I get hit by stray rounds. Now, we don't know what the spec of the Clipper is, because it's very difficult to make out the weapons and how it is. Right now, it kind of looks like it's ballistics, but it might just be lasers. The Carrack, we have no idea if they're using ballistics. There's also a Gladius that's very badly damaged here. Right? And it's going nav mode, and I don't see anything chasing after it.
Contact.
NPCs have spawned? So yeah, you gotta take everything into consideration. I could be up against a 10-man group. I could also be up against 10 people that are separate. But if I go red, what's the chances that they turn and shoot at me? Which makes it act like it's a group. So again, instead of just YOLOing and dying in a fire, I'm not in any harm what I'm doing. It's just intel gathering, which is what a saber should be used for. They can't find me unless they watch the stream, because when you ping a saber, it doesn't give the same data like what we have right now with these ships. It doesn't do the unknown stuff unless you're within 8k range. And that's why I'm staying low on the ground, because it looks like I'm just a fucking, what's it called? Mining object by staying at these things. Long as they're not pinging and watching, like, exactly everything, right? And we can cycle through the targets, because the good thing about having NPCs here is that one could assume that it's an NPC cycling target. But I could go in on this one, because all the big ships are now moving away. So we might be able to strike the Clipper. But again, remember, there's the wolf, chat, right? There's the wolf. But now that's in the ball, right? So I need a wingman if I'm going to go in that, because I need to be able to disable it as much as possible.
Contact.
Again, remember, we're using stealth to monitor. We do not have military tank spec. So my shields are going to go very fast, and my modules don't have a lot of HP. So if I lose my shields, I lose my armor, I die nearly instantaneous. Regardless if they're good or not. You might have been hit by gifted subs, Refuge. How you doing, Chief? I could maybe hit it. It is looking... And it doesn't actually have a pilot anymore in it, so it's landed. Even though it's in a weird landing position. Right now, the other one I want to test out is Stealth Scorpius. Because you can get a Stealth Scorpius down to ridiculous stats. And if you come in with 8 shredders, you can disable a fighter in split second. And then you've got the speed to just disengage and fucking leg it. Yeah, missiles going out on the, Ooh, yeah, they're going after this dude here. So this dude's gone red. See, look, you've got the... Yeah, so the Corsair's going after it. You've got an AI there. Then you've got this going after it. And there's a fighter moving around in front of my crosshair just now. There's another fighter here that you can't see. Hey Zaman, how you doing? Scorpius is only good with a gunner though. Like, there's no point using a Scorpius without a gunner. You can do better things. I kind of like feel like maybe even getting a Hornet Ghost for this would be better, because then I can get the bigger size 4 ballistics. Yeah, so they disabled that. Stray missile, maybe? Yeah, stray missile. Yeah, there's the fighter there. There's another fighter there. That's the buck there. Buck there. And that's the wolf, I think, going there. So yeah, there's definitely like 2 fighters. The Corsair sort of together. The Asgard got hit. Missiles going down. Missiles coming back up. Missiles hitting the Corsair. Chaff. Yeah, missiles are being fired up. What the fuck is going on here? Also, the... what's it called? The Carrack has a left gunner as well. Looks stock, but also could be minigun. I wonder if there's like a... what do they call it? A storm. There's a fighter or something moving. That even looks like a fucking prowler. Pisces. Something here as well. Welcome back, help. No. No, because if the pilot is using the top turret as well, it won't. There's 2 Pisces flying around. There's a lot of shit here, man. Hey, Nearly. How's SE trading? Well, actually, there's a crap ton of stuff around. I had no idea CIG was making protein powder. What's the protein powder? I've been buying Star Nutrition a few times. Okay. Yeah, left gunner on that one. The dude's got control over the top one. Ooh. Ooh, shit. The Carrack just got fucking hit by something fat on the front. Oh shit, front shield's going down. What's engaged on it? Oh wait, there's a fighter. One fighter. Oh shit. It's strong enough to get the rest of the shields down? I must investigate. However, the shields are rotating, so stop firing now. I gotta be careful just in case it's a bait. Wait, is that Commander Barbatos? God damn it, I can't see it. I can't kill anybody with the name Barbatos. No way. That Carrick's leaving. I wonder what was strong. Oh, wait. Is that it? No. I wonder what would be strong enough and agile enough to move around like that to break the Carrick shields that fast. Oh shit! The dude with the damaged... The dude with the damaged Asgard is moving again. Holy shit. They actually repaired it and got it going. This guy's losing his shields though. I wonder if support of the Asgard came in. Yeah, I can only visibly see one fighter chasing it. I got an idea, chat. We'll do this. We'll do this way, right? We're gonna go fast as fuck. Oh no, there's a clipper. I'm not gonna kill the clipper. I feel bad about that. It's just a clipper. Right, let's go fast as fuck. I want to see what's going on here. We need a little bit of music. Yeah, this is getting hammered. I need to see what's getting hammering it. It's not the Hornet. It's whatever this little thing is behind it. I'm gonna do a fly through. It's a wolf? That would make sense. I only see the wolf. That can't have been what fucking broke the shields though.
Shields online. Contact.
Oh, Mantis? Oh, it's NBC. NBC? What's going on here? Shit, fuckery is going on. I'm watching a crude Carrick take on a wolf, whilst NPCs are swarming around it. They don't seem to be like able to do anything, which would make sense. Like again, a wolf shouldn't really be able to take on a Carrick, in my opinion.
Contact.
But I think everyone's moved, because the typical, oh, it's dark, I don't want to fly around in the dark. Wolf versus Carrick, yeah. Like, they're shooting after it. It's like going underneath, you know? Again, you've got two main gunners on the Carrick. That's a good defense, actually.
Contact.
And it looks like this dude is Laserfey, yeah. But its shields are down all the time. Like, the Carrick's doing a really good job. The thing is, though, is you would think the Carrick would leave. All it takes is one more fighter and a Mantis to turn up, and then the Carrick dies. Like, they are generally risking it, chasing after. When you are targeting these ships, are they aware? I mean, if they look at radar, yeah. But again, trying to find me is like, right, so I'm 9k, right? So if anybody doesn't know, unless you're in a tracker or a terrapin, you can't ping a stealth ship past 8.8 kilometers, right? So even if they do this, the ping, they can't see the unknown unless I'm under 8 kilometers. That's why when I'm flying on atmosphere, I'm going low to the ground where maybe they'll think it's a rock, right? But whilst we're up here, I stay at 8.8, I can't be pinged. And I'm just basically watching a wolf sort of going, but we do have a secondary ship here, and that's a Sulin. I'm pretty sure a purple trail is a Sulin. No, it's not, it's a wolf. Wait, what wolf gets the purple trail? Wait, doesn't L22 get a purple trail? I thought it was more orangey. Or is that the L21? Is that based on ship initial ability? It's because it's a stealth ship. All stealth ships can't be detected from 8.8. Yeah, the Hornet Tracker and the Terrapin are the only ships that have a radar that can detect stealth ships over 8.8. The Carrick doesn't, sadly. But it should, really. But the thing is, though, is if you're not skilled in, like, understanding how the ping system works, you would never really even think about it. Because there's another way I can fake this, Callie. While somebody's coming after me, I can fire a missile in that direction, and they'll get distracted by the missile, but when they ping, it will show the fake missile trail on the ping as I slip away. And if you actually see how I'm flying right now, if I go into this person, right? So as I'm like this, because I'm not going in a straight line, I don't create trail. See, look, there's trail lights. You can see them just underneath the engines. But if I rotate my yaw, the trail light disappears. So as I'm moving, I'm basically undetectable because there's no engine trail. So I can like fully watch on people, because as I push forward, there's the engine trail. But if I now rotate, the engine trail disappears. And long as I don't go fully straight line, it won't be shown at distance.
Contact.
But you can do this with other ships, like the Scorpius and stuff. You can do a stealth Scorpius, and it's super scary. Right, he's warped out there. Let's go and check out a little bit further. Is that a bug or intended? It's not a bug. It's just using... Like, if you were to do it in real life, you would still have a trail. But it's because the game only knows to create a trail when you're pushing forward. It doesn't know, or when you're facing forward. It doesn't know how to make a trail. So it's not really a bug, it's just it's not designed to show it any other way. But you can use it as an advantage. And it's been like that for, no, it's not incomplete design. I just don't think CIG ever gave a shit about doing this sort of stuff. It's why, like, you can stealth a Prowler so easily. A Prowler is very, very difficult to be found, but what you can find it is because of its trails. But if you know how to mask the trails... So, for example, I was getting chased by Gladius and the Prowler one time. I went out of radar distance, and I started to stealth trail, and they chased after the direction they last saw the trails, which was really fucking cool. We did this in Pyro. It was actually when I was live as well. So as I'm moving in one direction, they're chasing after where they thought I went. But the Prowler is an amazing creature for stealthing in. It's also really deadly. Like the The Prowler utility is actually a really good gank ship because you can put the 2 shiv guns on it and 2 shredders that sort of match up, 2 size 3 shredders, and it will you can't detect it unless it hits like under 2.9 off you. But if it comes from above you where the cross-section radar doesn't work as much, because obviously when you're facing ship to ship, you get a better cross-section radar detection. But if somebody's above you, you don't get it until it's like it appears on the radar, right? So when this happens, the Prowler can literally nearly insta-gib you before you can even react. It's really, really cool. And this is all because obviously, like, as mechanics go on, more of these other mechanics come into play where, like I said, I'm not purposely just going to shoot people, I'm more trying to sneak around while shit is going down. And if I don't get detected, I kind of feel like I'm doing my job at that point. But also not going to the point where I'm like staying at 20 kilometers where nobody can find me. I'm trying to get as close as possible. It'll be 8.8 as well. Any stealth ship is under 8.8. Unless CIG change it anytime soon. So like for example, you see how I'm like pinging here? And because I can see everything on radar, I don't get a ping marker. But down there, I do, right? I get the 18.5. You would not get an unknown on a stealth ship unless it's close to you. And that is again why, for example, when I'm playing down here, I will purposely be low to the ground so that when somebody does ping me, they might mistake it for a mineable object instead of trailing. The thing is though, is if somebody is smart and I'm unsmart, moving, they will see the marker go like that across the ground. And then that's very obvious that it's a fucking ship trying to mast. So again, we'll get down to where, like, if they were to ping, they would think it's on the ground. But like I said, if I move and they're constantly pinging, they will eventually see the ping trail move. So if I sit, like, you know, like at this level, somebody would assume it's just a rock. And the thing is, if they're above 10 kilometers, they're not even gonna get this detection as well. The biggest downside you would have then is obviously you then have on the Saber a bright red light and the trails. So what we're wanting to do is maybe purposely design ourselves so where we're in the sun like that, so if anybody is doing zoomy, they're gonna get glimpse of light. Unless they scan, well again, you can't scan the unknown unless you're 8.8 on a stealth ship. Only 2 ships can scan above 8.8 on stealth. But then, if anything is generally in the area to actually detect me, then I should be able to see it as well. Unless it's a stealth ship. But then you're not going to be able to mask the unknown with an arrow, or a gladius, or a scorpius, for example. So I'm going to be able to instantly see where it is. So there we go, we got the 19.1 that's popped up, right? This one that's at far distance. So that's a new marker that's just come up. That's somebody that's either warped in, or I'm just now detecting like a wreck of a ship. So as we ping, let's see if it actually moves or not. And that's the one we're focusing on. The 19.1 unknown. The thing is, the stealth razor is no longer like good, in my opinion. It's good for like doing stealth runs of just getting intel on people's ships, but because of its damage and stuff now, like a few ballistic rounds and that's it. It's fucking GG at that point. So again, see, I've lost the ping, right? Also doesn't help that there's a shit ton of fucking NPCs above us, but... Also, another good thing to do is actually stop the ping and wait for it just to clear up. Well, you saw how fast I took down the Herald, right? The Herald roughly has about the same one. Hey, old man is over. How you doing, dude? This is why I like having a crime stat. There's no point ever being in a stealth ship with crime stat, because somebody's always going to find you. The best thing to do is lower the emissions down so that if they're coming for you, they can't spam missiles. But still, like, Prowler, one of the best sort of atmosphere dropship cargo ships that you can get. Especially if you're, like, picking up modules and stuff from Hathor. You can, like, really mask your signature. And you've got a lot of HP to escape as well. That thing can go into nav mode, and even at, like, 5 kilometers, you can't see it. That's why I kind of feel like the Prowler should have its weapons removed. Just leave it where it's got like a remote turret for defense, but it doesn't need primary weapons. CIG sure know how to balance? I think it's more like if they don't have the stats for the Prowler that way, nobody will use it. And I just don't think they're ready to like even remotely rework it. Again, I think it should be super fast, super tanky, super stealth, but have no weapons on it. That's my take when it comes to Prowler. Hello, Wolfie. Have you come to say hello? I see that Mr. Nova has arrived as well, but you're blocking the camera for Nova. You blocking cameras, Mr. Nix. Is that right? There they are, chat. It's probably wanting snacks. We'll give Nova a zoom. There's Nova with his spooky eyes. All right, Nova, you got spooky eyes? Look at those spooky eyes. He's like, I want sweets. I want sweets. Is that it? Oh dear. I want sweets. Come around here, Nova. There you go. You better give them sweets, we always do. This isn't a shot caller stream. He looks grumpy. He always looks grumpy. It's the type of pattern with the eyes. I was totally expecting them to move over here.
Shields offline. Contact.
But it looks like they're staying at the other place. A shit ton of NPCs.
Auto travel initiated.
I think the next one I want to test out, chat, is the Mark II Ghost. We can pick it up from Lorville now. You can't buy the Super Hornet in game, which kind of sucks. So I can't do like a full spec that I would want to try out, but still pretty deadly. Hey Felix, good afternoon, dude.
Quantum travel complete.
So we got up to like max speed, but then we're gonna just coast here.
Contact.
Okay, so still the NPCs. Maybe just everyone's left. What were you saying about earlier about dump-fired a missile? What do you mean, Vega? Are you talking about when I was talking about the Herald shooting at me with missiles? Yeah, nobody's here. It's bound, so
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
yeah, basically, like, missiles has a whole, like, flares, missiles, and stuff like that has a whole mechanic as well, if that's what you're asking. Firing from stealth is an evasion maneuver? Yeah, I mean, you can fire missiles from stealth, but if you're ever gonna fire missiles from stealth, make sure you're moving in an opposite direction of where the missile was launched. So you'll sometimes see me do, like, curve missiles, right? I'll curve the missile around a hill, because then you're like, where did that fucking missile come from?
Quantum travel initiated.
Oh, you're meaning, yeah, basically you dump fire a missile in a direction, and automatically when somebody sees a missile, they see the icon spinning, right? So instead of focusing on the unknown, you start focusing on where the missile goes, so you get distracted, and that's why you turn your emissions, your engines away. So for example, if I saw somebody chasing after me here, I would fire a missile that direction, quickly burn this way whilst rotating as I'm doing just now, and they will be focused on the missile where it's going after whilst I try and get past that 8-kilometer distance, right? Without giving engine trails to chase after. That's what I was meaning with a dump fire missile. You can use it as a distraction tactic. But it's only if somebody goes, where's that missile going, right? If they're hyper-focused on your unknown marker, then they won't get distracted by it. I'm talking about, like, purely, I fire the missile and sometimes people be like, oh, there's a missile. Where's it going? Also, I think we just crashed. Handler crashed. Oof. Kind of feels like that whole server just went fucking dead, right? Again, there's a lot of mechanics you can use when it comes to stealth gameplay. Like, generally, if I had a wingman that understood everything that I understood, with, like, the same level of flight and aiming skill as me, the shit we would be able to get up to is insane. Because not everyone knows about, like, proper stealth tactics. But it's a lot to teach somebody. Like, a huge amount. Because you've got to go in with the mentality that if you're detected or found out, you're fucked. Doesn't firing a missile give away your position? It does, yeah, but if somebody's already chasing after your unknown, it doesn't matter, like, about detection. They already know where you are. I'm using it as basically, if somebody is chasing after something and something goes across their eyes like that, most humans will naturally turn to focus on what it was, regardless of being a missile. At that point, you can make the mask disappear. Because as they're heading towards you at fast speed in a direction, if you can just slightly off-put it, they will miss the unknown marker, and they might be distracted enough where they go past you. Can you apply that on OLPs as a solo? What do you mean? Apply that. You can do anything in this game as solo, if that's what you're asking. Again, there's tactics for every scenario. It all depends if it will work on the person, or if they've got enough like experience in the game to counter your. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh well, reclaim time. Imagine when NPCs see stealth. Stealth is absolutely useless on NPCs. There's no point ever using a stealth build on NPCs. They can see you regardless of what stats you have. That's why I keep saying to CIG, they need to make it fair. If a player can't see you, an NPC shouldn't be able to see you. A turret shouldn't be able to see you. But that's why as a stealth ship you get spotted by turrets. Because they literally have God aim. NPCs have God aim. You can't hide from an NPC. Prime example is, say for example, you're in a bunker, right? And you are like this. The moment you lean, right? Just to visibly put it, the NPC goes whoop and fucking beams on you. Because they know you're sat here, they just don't engage until they've got line of sight. But line of sight for an NPC can just be where you're like this, right? See there? That NPC can see me. If I go like this, it can't see me. But it knows I'm still there regardless. That's why PvE, like FPS is so shit. Because the NPC instantly goes snap and starts shooting at you. Regardless of you're trying to be stealthy or not. Did you say they're going to fit a Hornet? That's your build? Going to fit a Hornet? I was thinking about it. I was thinking about trying out a Ghost Hornet. The thing is though is it's not very agile when it comes to dogfighting, but the thing is though is it does have the output that would be insane. I mean, you could have 2 size 3 shredders, 2 size 2 shredders, and then the 2 shiv weapons would be an insane amount of output, but my only worry, because obviously the signature on the Ghost Hornet is, oh yeah, see look, it did fully crash because our slave was already here. It would work in theory, but the problem is any light fighter gets on top of you, you're pretty fucked. Because it just doesn't have the HP. And the saber actually turns very well in atmosphere and in space. It's not as good as like using a Talon or something like that, but again, we're looking at, you shouldn't always have to use the meta ship to do stuff in a video game. It should give you a slight advantage in certain scenarios, but you know, that's why I'm using the saber and I'm using the arrow, and I'm not using the arrow in a military fit. I'm using it more in a stealth fit. I'm more trying to go for the gank than I am the fleet fight. Like, you'll see some people going up against 2 or 3 people and they want to learn the experience of going over 2 to 3 people. My experience is I want to not be detected by 2 or 3 people and then maybe kill one of them and get away. That to me is more skillful, but again, it's each to their own how they want to play the game. I like the idea of being able to strike in Star Citizen in the future and not have to do the, oh, I have to put all my assets on the table, basically. So look at it this way. You have, say, a squadron of 10 sabers, and you're to go in and gank certain things and drop bombs and all that jazz, right? That to me is more entertaining than, oh, let's take 10 people versus 10 people.
Landing gear rejected.
I would like to take 10 people into a fight, gank people and disappear, because this is what I did in EVE Online. In EVE, I used to take low numbers against big numbers and basically use guerrilla tactics to whittle them out and demoralize them before a fleet would actually turn up to engage. And back in those days, you called it nano. Nanoing around. You would use speed and high damage, but you are, if you get caught, you died, right? Did you see that? What do you mean, Nutali? What did I see? You talking about the Hull C? Until they nerfed it? Oh, you're talking about in EVE Online when they nerfed it. But there were ways around it, Fried Man. For example, the 100 MN Tengu. I still have, to this day, my multi-billion snake implant Tengu with 100 MN, where I would go in armor like hack fleets, where I was doing the role of an interceptor as a Tengu. And it was a lot of fun. But I don't think you can do any nano now in EVE Online at all. I don't even think the 100 MN trick works. Yeah, but the thing is though, is the output on the Hornet Ghost is insane compared to the Saber. Because you got the 2 size 4s, right? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Quantum travel complete.
And again, there's not really much like the traditional nano in Star Citizen. Because eventually down the line, CIG wants to remove nav mode and make it where you're moving at SEM and then you would be like warp here, warp here, warp here, without having to target anything. So I'd be like, I want to warp 50 kilometers, I just warp, right? That's what CIG are moving into next year. Now, we don't know if they're going to allow you to still move at 1,000 meters a second, but they did want it where you would be in SEM speed, and then you would just go warp, warp, warp. So instead of having to travel 100 kilometers, you would just instantly, basically, like, micro warp to 100 kilometers to make it more engaging. So you're always in the fight stance, if you wanted to call it that way. And then your other movement is just flying around. Now, it'll be interesting because obviously CIG's speeds, for example, are I'm in a 900 years in the future fighter, and whilst I'm traveling through space, I can't even do Mach 1. It seems pretty shit, personally, you know? Or I can't handle certain Gs at 9 Gs, you know, when we're able to conquer 9 Gs right now in 2025, so... Or some people, I should say, are able to counter it. So I do think that if CIG do remove the ability to go nav speed, they do need to bring up SEM to like a standard of probably Mach 1 on most ships without afterburning. Bigger ones, obviously, you can make slower, right? But all fighters and starter ships should be able to do at least Mach 1 without afterburn, in my opinion. But that's obviously Mach 1 on Earth, Icy Jones, right? So, for example, here, being a less gravity, you would assume that we could go a little bit faster, right? But CIG's system doesn't allow that. So I definitely think a standard of 300 or 330, 334 if you want to get super technical, would be a good standard for, as I'm cruising like now, I would be doing Mach 1, right? And then with Afterburner, I could probably get up to Mach 2. See, I'm not even doing Mach 2 just now. I can't even do Mach 2 in a 900 year in the future fighter. It is dependent on pressure, but again, if you are scaling it to 1G, so a 1G would be Hurston, Microtech, Orison, Pyro 4, Nyx 1, right? They're all set as 1G for the same thing. So we're not able, we are going slower in this game than World War II fighters. We're actually at the speeds of World War I fighters right now, Cal. And that's a really discerning thing, because again, CIG were saying that they want to slow us down even more for when the new system comes in. And I'm like, what, are we going back to the Wright brothers in flight? You know, am I going to be faster launching a paper airplane than I am in a jet fighter? Man, we definitely got booted off a good server, I think. Oh yeah, you can slow them down, right? But again, you should not be slowing down an arrow. I mean, for a start, an arrow is around about like over 20 tons of weight, or just slightly 20 tons of weight. Like, that's more than a fucking tank. Again, like, the Vanguard, for example, is 250 tons. I don't think we've built a tank in any form of history on Earth that is that weight. Yet we're flying around in a spaceship that weighs more than any tank on our Earth. And again, CIG's stats are from people that couldn't be bothered to go and do basic maths and research into modern day flight. They just started to fucking scribble their face across the keyboard and hope for the best. And obviously numbers can be whatever. You can make it like, you know, Mach 1 is 100 meters a second for all purposes. But again, if you don't represent that in speed, you can't really say it's Mach 1. Abraham's tank is 70 tons, exactly. So we're flying around in a fighter that's 250 tons. I don't even think a Maus, the prototype German tank, was even close to 250 tons. I think it was like, what, 120, 130? I could be off on that massively. But that behemoth of just armor and track, obviously not fully commissioned into a line, is 188. So there we go, right? I'm off on it massively. So if the mouse, or mouse, however you want to describe it, and we're talking about this tank here, chat, right? You know that this tank, the German mouse, this tank here is bigger, or sorry, smaller than our Nova tank in game. Just to put this into perspective, this tank is smaller than the Nova tank. And this thing is a fucking absolute monster of design. Obviously it was prototyped, and I think the Germans only made like under 5 of them. But look at it. Our fighters are heavier than this thing. It's like, the Vanguard is 250 tons. You guys are saying this is 188 of armor plate. How the fuck does the Vanguard fly? It's got tiny little engines. There's no way it would be able to stay up in atmosphere. And if we've got those weights, then look at like some of the other ships, right? Like the Connie, for example. You telling me those little fucking props on the Connie stop it from fucking nose planting on a 1G planet? So, yeah, again, that's bringing realism into a video game. But this is the shit that CIG have. We have ships that are 250 tons and use tiny little propellers to fucking VTOL it at the weight that they are, but we can't go over Mach 1. Like, what the fuck is that about? Landing weight on an A380 is 310, but that thing is twice the size of Vanguard. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, though, right, is that thing has, most likely, I would imagine, the wingspan to deal with the weight, right? But we're talking about a 250 ton that can 1G vertical takeoff on tiny little thrusters, Icy Jones. And you're telling me that those thrusters can lift the weight, but they can't make that ship go Mach 1 on fucking 1G. Like, that just, again, it's like one stat to rule them all, and the stats don't make sense. You have a slow game, and everything's moving around in ridiculous stuff here. Is this, let's have a look at this. Yeah, so an Aurora is 15,000 kg, which is the weight of 2 large African elephants. Okay, the M50 is 19,000 kg, which is 3 SUVs. The Constellation is the weight of Sydney Harbour Bridge in steel weight, right? But just the steel proportion. The Starfarer is a large Boeing 747 fully loaded, and it, you know, can barely fly. The Idris is an Airbus A3830 empty, right? Again, like, it doesn't make any sense how these ships are so heavy, but the Idris is so light. The Idris is so light, chat. How the fuck is an Idris 138,000 kilograms, but the Starfarer is 3,500,000? It's so stupid. The 890 jump is heavier than the fucking Idris. Yeah, the weight stats make no sense. It's typical CIG. Like, nobody has a standard in this company. They don't have flight as a standard. They don't have weight as a standard. They don't have armor as a standard. It's all like whatever we'll fucking do. And this is where I just don't think you should have ever designed a game like this, where you should have had, you know, if this weight can do this speed, then obviously as we slow down, here we go. As we get heavier and heavier, we should go slower and slower. Yet we've got Idrises that are lighter than fucking some of the fighters. Again, this is, I just want to see CIG have a standard on everything. Yeah, an Idris is lighter than a Freelancer. So the Freelancer is 209 to 280,000 kilograms, but the Idris is only 138. The Banner Merchant is 9.6 million. So when you have these stupid stats, you telling me that you can't make a ship go 340 ms just to give us Mach 1 vibes? Because again, look, this is Mach 1 speed, right? Let me try and get to it. It's like there, look. That's all I'm asking for, chat, around this speed, not this. Right? There's Mach 1, it sort of feels a little bit faster. And that's obviously, we're halfway to Mach 2 at this point. 680 is where you're going to be roughly around about. We're at 430. It's not that I'm asking for you to go fucking Narnia speed. It's just a little bit, you know, a little bit more value, you know? Oh, is that a null value on the address? Again, CIG's numbers, man. Just standard it all out. Make it make sense. Again, you can dial it back, right? You don't need to have an arrow weighing 19 tons. What? Give me somebody that's a tank enthusiast person. Give me a weight of a tank at 19 tons, 20 tons, and then strap that with a fucking wing and engine set. That's what an arrow is. I would love to know, actually, if somebody can do a Google for me, what is the weight of an F-22? Is an F-22 19 tons, is that? 38? I don't think it's 38. $9,000, yeah. There's no way an F-22 is 38 tons. No way. 19 tons. So there we go. So the arrow is the same weight as an F-22, but we're packing it with missiles and guns, which obviously would add more weight and stuff. And you telling me we still can't do Mach 1? Oh, here we go. Striking.
Missile lock.
Is he going nav already? He's going nav. Smart play.
Missile.
We'll make him chase it. He's going shields up, right? So right now at this point, he's going shields. He's not going to be able to target us because of our mask. Again, our highest stat is 4-4. And that's on the EM alone. The F-35 can hover with 17,000, so 17 tons of weight. Yeah, our fighters can't do Mach 1. Again, we have some ships that make sense in weight, but we're flying slower than World War I planes. In World War II, the Spitfire was diving at ridiculous speeds. You telling me that 900 years in the future, I'm not as fast as a fucking Spitfire? Yeah, the Saber with shredders is good, yeah. Oh, we're radar lock, chat. Interesting. I think it's NPCs though. Give me a sec. I think it's the NPC bug, sadly. Let's quickly drop radar down. 2.5. We got 2.9 free. But I think that's low rock. Yeah. This is where, like, NPCs shouldn't be locking up ships and, like, not releasing it. Because now I've got a green radar blip and it's just an NPC I've flown on that still can see me. Fucking stupid mechanics, like. The gun shooting afterwards is a bug that's been in for like 2-3 years. CIG just can't be bothered to fix it. This is why, like, issue council reports are worthless. I'm not asking to dogfight at Mach 1, I'm asking to be able to actually move at Mach 1 icy. Because if you were to do the 200 MS in like a game like what's it called? DCS World, right? You get a proper FOV when you're flying, so it doesn't feel like you're flying slow. In Star Citizen, when you're flying, it feels incredibly slow because the FOV sucks in this game. You've got no representation of speed, but you do when you go to Mach 1, right? So as I'm flying at 400, it actually feels like I'm moving at speed. Because the FOV narrows off. They need to just either make the FOV more narrow or give us faster speeds. Again, we're 900 years in the future. It's fucking stupid how fast we're flying. And again, we're talking about if they remove the ability to go 1000 ms and you're only warping around. Make him faster? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's nothing to do with screen. It's nothing to do with screen. It is literally the standard FOV in the game that's got the issue. It's fucking worms appearing on target as well. Can you actually get IR and EM to be completely zero if the ship is turned off? Yeah, you can, yeah. You can't ever get rid of cross-section, right? So if I land here,
Landing gear deployed.
right? The problem is my cross-section does not change. It's still 3/8, right? I can eventually turn off my engines and my shields and I'll eventually go down to 0. But CIG's radar is I'll still be detected even though I'm meant to be going or I'm turned off. Because we don't have any cross-section masking in this game. You can't hide behind like a hill and get any masking whatsoever. It used to be that way. It used to be when somebody was behind a rock, you couldn't target them. You're behind an asteroid, you wouldn't be able to target them or fire a missile. You would know they're there if you saw them go there. But you could actually hide and do all these things. Yeah, radar should be below. Yeah. But CIG, this is why you can never hide a ship in this game, because the cross-section will never change, regardless of where you're at. Like right now, it should be very, very difficult to find a stealth ship at this height. Like if you were to use an F-22 and F-35 at this height, it's very, very fucking difficult to be found. But obviously you're not going to missile strike at this height. But you can move into certain territories at this height at faster speed and you wouldn't be detected as easily. But the moment you start going up, obviously you could be. But in Star Citizen, it doesn't matter. You can't use any terrain as an advantage. You can only use it to sort of like deflect missiles, but even then it doesn't work. So, again, I generally hope that when somebody works on the new stuff for Star Citizen, like good radar mechanics are taken into account. Because there's no point having a stealth prowler if you can't fucking use the ground to mask off detection. And then you're just wanting somebody to spot for trails, right? Dust kicked up and stuff like that. But you know it's bad when our radar is detecting worms that are underground. Look at it. The whole system just absolutely sucks when our targeting systems are picking up a fucking worm that's underground. Or, like, ore and shit like that. The only ships that should be able to discover ore is a mining ship. But see what I mean? I'm thinking that there's something around me and it's just a juvenile fucking thing. Ooh, that actually went off.
Missile lock.
Man, I swear, like, the missiles...
Missile lock.
The missiles on this ship are... Look at that, chat. Now it's just fired now. And then it just fucking smacked into that Idris there. Like, the delay on the missiles on the Saber are so bad. No, it's actually helpful for non-mining ships acting... Dude. No, it's not. A military ship shouldn't be fucking detecting fucking ore for you. The fuck is a miner in an arrow in a Gladius, dude, or a saber, like? This guy came back. There's a very easy way to do that. You just make it where the mining ships have a better radar for detecting the shit. You don't need to have a fucking military dogfighter looking for ore for you, dude. You just make it where your ore detection ships have a bigger fucking radar. That's it. You can detect shit at 50 kilometers. You don't have to have fighters tuned for it. Again, you just need to give literally the simplest thing. You give it where Industrial ships have big-ass radars for detecting rocks, and that's it. Then remove it from fighters. There's no need for a fucking fighter to have that detection. Yeah, mining ships should only be able to detect. You literally have a plethora of mining ships. Swapping equipment with heavy disadvantages could be... That could be something, yeah. Even though it's not manned, the address is still active, it looks like. Well, again, a fighter doesn't need to be able to scan ore at all, dude. It just doesn't. So it doesn't need to be a, oh, I'll turn it off and stuff like that. It just doesn't need to be there full stop. You give mining ships bigger scanners, and then all that CIG does is bring out a mining starter ship, for example. And you just base it around that. You've already got a salvaging industrial ship, right? Like the one that came out at Christmas time, or thing, the Salvation. Just make a mining version of the Salvation. There we go. And then you just put the scanners on that ship, and that's it. That solves all the issues. Then you remove it from everything else that's not industrial. And you just make it a perk of industrial ships. That's the golem. Well, but again, I'm looking at it from being able to do handheld mining and handheld salvaging, right? But like, even at that point, it's like, you know, whatever with that one. You realize that non-mining ship players sell locations of rocks they find even if they're not out looking? I would imagine so. Again, doesn't mean that you need a fighter to do it, dude. Or a starter ship or Avenger Titan or anything like that. You want to do industrial stuff? Get into an industrial ship and stop trying to do everything in one type of category. Like, there will be nothing that you can say that convince me otherwise. Like, I don't give a shit what players are doing. You want to do industrial stuff? Use an industrial ship. You want to use a fighter ship? It's for fighting. You want to use any ship in that category that's designed for those things, like an Avenger Titan is a multi-thing, it doesn't get anything. And that's what you focus on going down an actual line. Yeah, I don't think racing ships should have guns on it. And the thing is always, oh, but what happens if we want to shoot in the race? You would just race in arrows. You would just race in Gladius, right? I don't see people in stock cars in an F1 track. But that's the issue, though, Medical Grower. That's the problem, is everyone wants to have a ship that can do everything, and it shouldn't be that way. I don't use a transit van to go and fucking, you know, rob a military base, right? I don't go into an F1 course and start fucking driving a tank. But that's how Star Citizen backers see it. Death race. Again, if you want to do like a death race, you just race in arrows and gladius. Racing's already scuffed. I mean, look at it. I've never known any racing game where people take pride in winning a race in an M50 versus somebody in a fucking Peregrine. like, it's completely different category of racing. Luckily, not all the racing groups are like that, though. But a racing ship should just be fast, agile, and overtuned to fuck with no weapon system. No advanced radar. It's just really good at fucking racing a track. And it's the same for an industrial ship. An industrial ship should be used to discover things, and it's got all the tools, all the radar for it. Same with salvaging. And if you want to be in that group of people, you use certain tools. Again, look at tractors, for example. You don't see anybody going into a war on a tractor. Alright, this dude's active again, but he's still sat beside that fucking Idris. Yeah, it's stupid. Like, again, CIG shouldn't have weapon systems on any industrial ship. They should just be super tanky, fast, great radar, great defense, different quantum drives to get into warp faster. You don't need guns on them. It's stupid. Really stupid. You can, if you get out of this category or like this idea of having to have every ship available to do every sort of role, you can then start getting area of field and having certain things that actually do really good jobs instead. Like again, hyper focus on racing ships, hyper focus on industrial ships. And not just being like, oh, well, I'm somebody that wants to sell mining locations. I need to have a very fast ship that can mine or scan, right? And it's like, no. No, you don't. You want to sell those locations, just use an industrial ship. And then have CIG design an industrial ship for that kind of area. That way you don't have to have everything doing everything in this game. But again, CIG said a long time ago that with radar you're going to be able to fucking fine-tune it so you don't see this shit, and we're nearly 3-4 years after that conversation and we're still having to deal with it on an even worse area, where now I'm able to see fucking worms appearing. Yeah, exactly. Imagine that. Instead of having to fly around on the ground, you had a ship like the Carrack that would scan like 250 kilometers in a bubble. And then you could bookmark it and then sell that to mining people and stuff like that, you know? And you have to change out the radar for mining, and you do the, what's it called? Calligraphy or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, but that's why we're all in this problem, though. Because people like yourself want to be unrestricted in their gameplay. That's the problem. That's why we have so many issues, because you're not willing to just go and do stuff with a certain ship. Everyone, like, for example, you want to, instead of a Saber just being good at stealth, you want to have it in a military fit with fucking laser beams so you can be a fucking sniper with it. That's the mentality of people. Or they want to use a fucking Hornet and put full stealth fit on it instead of just going and use a Ghost Hornet. Because they want to have, in quote, 4 size frees instead of 2 size frees. Or I want to have a hammerhead that can go fucking mining. That was one a long time ago. I wanted to be able to put mining lasers on a hammerhead. Just get a fucking mining ship. You want to do mining? Go in a mining ship. You want to do military? Do a military ship. You want to do racing? Do a racing ship. We play games constantly where there's difference, right? Like mage, tank, you know? That's taking it to the extremes and unrealistic. Dude, I just literally told you, you don't go into a fucking war zone with a tractor. I don't go and race in an F1 course in a fucking moped. Tell that to the Taliban. Yeah, but you see how it fucking ends though, dude. Like, you've literally got people running around in fighters, and the moment they climb out of their fighter, they're a full fucking military person with backpack and double rail guns because CIG want you to have flexibility. Look how fucked it is, dude. Is flexibility not open season? What are you meaning about open season? You telling me you would rather have some fucking dildo Baggins flying around in a fighter giving you mining locations instead of having a ship that can scan like half the fucking planet? Because that's what you're going off. I'm giving you the option of being in your mole and finding everything. You want to have some dildo flying around just so they can sell mining shit. Come on, dude. The fuck, man? If I was wanting to get into mining, the first thing I would want would be big ass fucking radars for my industrial ship. Dude, I'm saying you're in an industrial ship, you have industrial features. You don't put those features in other things because they're not industrial ships. You're wanting that though. You're wanting it where every ship is ability to play different roles because you're unathletic and don't want to play in a certain role category. You want to be able to do other things. Then you have different things for that role. I have a ship for this role, I have a ship for that role, and I understand that they stay within those roles. But you keep wanting different things. I want a fighter that can do this, and then on the other day, I take this off and I can go fucking mining with it. No, I don't come from a fighter pilot perspective, dude, at all. I come from a logical one where it makes it easier to balance a video game. Yeah, exactly. It's like trying to use a sledgehammer to chop a tree. Exactly. That's how I'm putting it across. But apparently, people want to fucking cut a tree down with a sledgehammer. A good workout? It'd be funny as hell, like. I think it'd take a long time, though. I'm pretty sure you could eventually do it, but you know what I mean? Like, who's going to actually do a sledgehammer on a tree? I'm giving you the option of you come in with your prospector, you come in with your Drake, what's it called? The new one, the Golem, Mole, and you have the ability to come down and go boom, big scan, shows me everything in the area, and then I can go, this is what I want. That would also help with the people that are selling things. But you're wanting it where somebody in a shitty fighter for no reason flies around and scans and goes, oh, I found ore. My solution makes it easier for CIG to do because you make it where only certain ships have that ability, and you remove the ability from everything that's not industrial, making it easier to design a video game, making it understandable that if I'm going to go and find ore, I use an industrial ship that has these high-tech scanners and mining lasers. I don't go, oh, I'm going to jump into my Avenger Titan and strike gold. I go and use my Titan to do some Pizza Hut delivery, and then I eventually afford to go and buy the mining ship that is called the Prospector to go and look for the ore. That's logical gameplay, and it doesn't make it where people are forced for certain things. It means that I don't use a certain ship until I can afford a ship that will help me out on this thing. Simple as that. I don't go mining until I can afford to go mining.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm not saying I'm taking it to the extremes, dude. I'm saying if you just, thank you for the gift, dude. I'm saying if you just remove it, it makes it a lot easier for CIG to make the ships that are designed around mining better. Thus, again, remove the guns from racing ships and make them better for the players who want to do racing. And if you want to do combat racing, you then just race in Gladius. But when you're wanting to go around the track, you have hyper speed agenic ships that don't fuck up in combat. You want to go and do industrial stuff, you get all these tools. Like again, I come back to it, I don't understand why there's weapons on any industrial ship. CIG should just give you better radar, better warping speeds, and more tank to actually deal with an onslaught of fighters. Like, what are you going to do with 2 size 1s, 2 size 2s? Nothing. Like giving the raft a fucking turret. Give the raft advanced radar. So that it can spot fucking people doing shit in the area. It can like spot commodities further. Like, it's so stupid. Again, you look at any video game that has roles. The medic is a role. The tank is a role. The mage is a role. The rogue is a role, right? You don't go, I want to have a tanking mage that can heal. Dude. We're never gonna agree on this, so let's just drop it. You're saying that the racing ships should, instead of overtuning the ships to make them good at racing and viable racing ships, but you lose the weapons, and if you want to do combat, you race in Gladius. You want it where the racing ships don't get the buff and don't get the movement, just so somebody has the choice to put the gun on or not. That is dumb as fuck, dude. No offense. That is very dumb. You are losing out on gameplay because you want that choice. I'm literally making it. Like, it's that, I'll never agree to that. Because for me, I would love it where racing ships actually moved at super speed, great turning, and were actually designed for racing ship. But because for some reason some people need to have guns on them, they are never going to be tuned because they break combat because of that. When did I talk about, dude, you're just changing it, whatever. You literally said many racers already removed weapons from the ships. That does nothing in the video game right now, by the way. It doesn't change the characteristics of the ships one bit. It removes a little bit of the weight, but it does nothing in G's whatsoever. Because the G system is built into the thrusters, nothing to do with the guns. Then when we go, there's also races that involve combat. I literally said you could just race arrows, Gladius. You don't have to race a racing ship in a track. Again, you go to F1, I don't see a stock car racing around on a F1 track. But you want to have an F1, a stock car, and a fucking bulldozer racing around a track and then balancing it around because you want to have choice. That's not how the world works. Sorry, it's not. I would rather have highly overtuned racing ships with no weapons so that they can do their job. Then I would rather have highly overtuned industrial ships that can do their job. And then military ships overtuned for military. Instead of somebody being like, I want to have my 300i be able to take on an arrow. And that's the problem that you have when you give players choice. Is that CIG will never be able to balance this game the correct way, and we will always be fucked because some players want to be able to do everything in one ship. And it sucks because of that, because you're losing out on so many cool things, right? Dude, not detecting ore and racing around a track is a completely different thing, dude. Alright? Again, let's just drop the conversation, because it's just fucking stupid. Let's keep going around in ships with no fucking nice features, you know? Because that's the way it is right now. Instead of you actually having ships that do cool things, it's always built around, well, I want to be able to put fucking, you know, ore lasers on my fucking hammerhead. Instead of just building a hammerhead designed to be anti-fighter. You know? It's like people are wanting to put shotguns on a hammerhead. What the fuck do you need to put shotguns on a hammerhead for? Just give it bestowed weapons that are good for dealing with fighters and missiles and that, call it a day. That's what it was designed to do. I don't design a tractor hoping for it to go fucking, you know, into the Milky Way. Basically, in a nutshell, yeah, and I'm fighting against that, where I don't want it to be that way. I don't want it. I want to have logical choices. And it only starts to becoming logical choices when people go, you know what? Actually makes sense to design racing ships to be racing ships and industrial ships to be industrial ships and combat ships to be combat ships instead of trying to do everything in one ship. Because CIG only go off the direction of the player base. They don't have any fucking sense whatsoever when they design the ships. Thus why we get ships having to be reworked constantly, because the player starts to change the narrative on it. And if you just sat down and went, you know what, it makes sense that a racing ship is really good around the track, and then we wouldn't need to worry about it being in combat because it wouldn't have any fucking guns. Thus, that solves all that nonsense, but they try to make it a racing ship, but also have guns. And at that point, both teams are losing out. Both the combatants are losing out on it, and both the racing team are losing out on it. Instead of just going, let's make one ship category good for the category it's meant to be good in. That's all I'm saying. Regardless if CIG do or not, it makes sense to do that. Because this way doesn't fucking work. And it hasn't worked for nearly 13 years. You've literally had to nerf the M50 down because people are using it in combat instead of designing it to be good around a racetrack. The player's always going to ruin it regardless. And why the fuck should a mining ship not have an advanced radar where it can see like 250 kilometers of ore around it? Just because people want to fly around a bit more. It's like, holy shit, you want more time consuming shit? You want this to become a real life job? I don't. I don't want to be spending a fucking hour flying around doing certain things that can be done a lot sooner. Yeah, but you can't even use that excuse anymore because you can rent everything practically in the game. You don't need to go and do hunting in an arrow. You know, wildlife hunting. I don't think you should be able to scan wildlife personally. I fucking hate that. If I'm going to go and look for wildlife, I should have to actually go and look for it, not scan it out.
Shields unloaded. Shields offloaded. Shields unloaded.
Like, I hate that idea. You should understand, oh, I'm going after a certain animal. Tundra, right? You're gonna know where it's going to be, right? Then there would be like an encyclopedia in game that would tell you a little bit more about the animal. Right? Instead of just these shitty missions says, go here, kill this, hand this in. It's super boring. Or give people choice. Again, dude, there is difference in letting somebody fly from A to B in any ship and going out of their ship to shoot an animal than there is having advanced radar for a mining ship that you don't get in a combat ship, because it's got, like, the Carrack has the ability to scan planets or do cool shit like that, right? But when you let everyone have the ability to do everything, then the Carrack isn't special. So what's the point using the Carrack when it was always designed around having advanced scanning? But you can't give it advanced scanning because then it would be unfair to everything else. Yeah, but the thing is though, is we've had for years CIG doing the toggle thing like that, right? And they always butcher it up. If CIG actually came out with where I could filter the radar, and every time I get out the ship and every time I get back into it, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But CIG can't even make it where it remembers my flare count when I get out the ship and I get back in. So what fucking hope have we got of where I say I don't want to see animals on my radar? We don't even have a proper infantry system that can filter out, a mission system that can filter out locations. We've got nothing that comes to a filter. I would be quite happy to add in filters to give everyone play and stuff, but I would also rather industrial ships are designed for industrial features, racing ships are designed for racing features, combat is designed for combat, and if you want to choose something else in between it, that's down to you. But you're punishing ships so that everyone can have everything, and I don't agree on that. I will never agree on that. You shouldn't have to have somebody in a low-flying ship find you ore when the industrial ship should be able to do that for you. Again, you ask anyone that does mining, right, on a large scale, say, the choice is we send out one person to go and find us ore, or the ship actually does the job and it finds the ore for us. Which would you rather have? And I'm not talking about giving players choice. The choice is either one of those two things. That's the only choice that's on the table right now with this discussion. I personally, as somebody that's not in the mining field, would love it if I get into a mining ship, I can find what I need. And I don't require somebody to fucking fly around and go, oh look, I've actually found a fucking rock here. Or I've found a fucking whatever this is, right? Hadanite, look. Wouldn't it just be cooler from 50 kilometers away you could detect it and be like, oh there's Hadanite over there. That's my take. It doesn't punish gameplay, it promotes gameplay. Because that's what you would buy an industrial ship for. Well, they could do something like that, right? But then people are going to freak out if you have a scanner designed for exploration, for example, but you can't detect anything, you know what I mean? You start making it where there's more choices, people are going to be more crazy about the choices that they're given. Instead of just simplifying it. Again, we don't need to make this video game incredibly hard. It shouldn't be where you have a degree in fucking soil to know where the right places to fight or go for, right? It's like people who are like, oh no, it's good that an Idris can fire a railgun from 10 kilometers solo. Like, I'm sorry. Any time that I hear that type of take, that's gonna be an instant, like, I'm gonna ban you from a channel. Because that's a very bad take. Until the ore quality comes in. Again, it's not difficult for CIG to extend your radar, Robert, right? Right now, your radar is dictated by a number in an XML file, okay? So you delete it from everyone else's radar, and in the industrial ships, you leave the parameter of the code line in it, and you extend it from, say, 20 kilometers to 250 kilometers. There you go. Done. Overnight deal. Change. You don't even need to change any mechanics. You just need to remove the code line from every other ship, every other radar, and only make it where the industrial radars can see it. You've now just made it where industrial ships are so much better for the industrial players. Not by removing choice, but increasing the choices that they make. Racing ships. You just finally remove the guns and tell racers, I don't buy an F1 to go into Afghanistan. And that's the idea you should be looking at it. You want to race and do combat? There's a plethora of ships that can help you do that. You don't have to have a racing ship to go around a racing track. Because people race tractors and dragster fucking limos and shit like that, right? But it's still under the parameter that you are racing. But racing ships, like an F1, you're lowering down the spec of an F1 just so you can have the choice to strap an M60 cannon to it, and I think that's such a bad take. Because as somebody that likes to do racing in the game, I don't like to do racing because every ship feels crap right now. Because CIG wanted to have it where you've got guns and shields, when you don't need guns and shields to do a racetrack. It's like being able to fit stealth modules on non-stealth ships. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. Personally, I think that's what the capability of a stealth ship should be. You want a fleet fight? Use a fleet fighting ship. You want a stealth? Use a stealth ship. But you'll never get good balance when you're like, oh, let's let it where we can have stealth fucking arrows and stealth gladius. That's true, but CIG doesn't seem to want to do it. Yeah, because again, everyone starts freaking out when their choices are taken away from them, dude. And what people don't realize is if you just had a good ship from the very beginning, you wouldn't need to have other choices. You would just be like, holy shit, this is amazing. I can see all the ore around me, and I don't have to have somebody flying 50 kilometers in front. Huge difference when you just start having rolled areas in the game. And I'm not talking about just moving a ship from A to B. I'm talking about industrial ships do not need weapons. They should have better shield capabilities, more shield HP, more armor in my opinion. You make them slower, but you also give them a bonus to getting into warp faster than other ships. Remove the guns. Make them advanced radar, so that they can do their job so much better. Which would you rather have? The CIG way, where you've got guns and shitty everything, or the TDL way where you've actually got a good spec? That's the way to look at it. And I can only look at it that I would rather have better spec in certain areas than CIG trying to make it where everything is catered around this really weird, I need to be able to do everything and everything. Yeah, but even a filter, you should have a better radar on the industrial ship, though. Even if they added in the filter, industrial ships do not need weapons. They should have better stuff capable for defense and getting away instead of shooting. But for some reason, CIG feel that they have to give you guns because that's going to protect you. And there's no fucking gun on any industrial ship that's going to protect you from a couple of fighters. but getting into warp and knowing that they're coming for you as a detection is better for you. Why are the turbine things on Sabers and Vanguards not spinning? Because CIG designed air intakes into their fighters when we don't use air to fly. We use hydrogen. So it is 100% a gimmick to look like an air intake for engines, but we don't actually have air intake. That's why. Another thing that doesn't make sense in Star Citizen sides. Alright, here we go. We got... Oh, Commander Barbatos. So we can't kill Commander Barbatos just purely for the name. But we can go for this one. Yeah, that's how I agree. That's how I look at it. It kills me. Again, if I was going to be in a prospector, I would want it where I get in, I can detect ore further than anyone else, I can get into warp faster than other ships, and I'm just purely designed around if I'm situational awareness, I get away with things a lot easier. But if you have it where you have guns, right? I just will never agree on that with industrial ships. Racing ships also don't need to have guns. They should be highly tuned for movement and acceleration and all over-tuned to fuck. And you remove the guns, and if you actually do want to race with guns, you just race in fighters. Because whenever you're doing a race, you don't have to race in an F1 with guns. You can race in a tractor with fucking guns. You know what I mean? But your dedicated racing ships should be over-tuned to fuck without combat capability. So that the racers who actually enjoy that area have the tools that they need. Instead of always being governed in, you'll never have fast or agility because you also want to have weapons at the same time. And that's what I'm just putting out to the point. Again, if CIG does whatever, I'm not gonna fucking cry about it. I'm literally debating that I think it's more logical to have certain ships in this game designed around actual roles instead of trying to do everything. And that should be the hyper focus on it. I want industrial to be good at industrial. I want racing to be good at racing. I want combat to be good at combat. I don't want it where I have an industrial ship that you're going to go fucking drag racing around a track. And you overtune the industrial ship because people want to do that. And that's what CIG do. They constantly overtune ships that don't need to be overtuned because somebody wants to use it for a different role than the other. Or you get racing ships nerfed because somebody wants to use it for combat. Put it towards racers. Would a racer rather have an M50 that's hyper speed, hyper agility, but you don't have any weapons? Or do you want it to stay in this shite state because somebody in the combat community wants to fucking shoot with it? I know what the racers would choose. Alright, we got that one there. Kinda want to take out this. Oh, is it? No, it's a different guy then. This is the one from beforehand, chat, I think. Alright, I can strike on this.
Missile lock.
I gotta watch because there's the fucking Idris on the ground. Alright, one engine's gone, or front gun. He'll go nav, as that would be the sensible take. Yeah, he's going. No, he's not gone nav yet. However, that's not me firing the missiles. That's from that. That's from the Firebird. Alright, we got a different target now, chat. I can't keep up with it.
Missile lock.
But we can. Maybe take it out here. Maybe not in one pass.
Shields under
Oh,
fire.
he's gonna go in for that? Alright. Interesting choice here. He's gonna be disabled very shortly. He looks like he's disabled. Little flat spin. There we go. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Yummy, 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 yummy. Actually, just before, just to make sure. Yeah, that's that. And just a little bit of that. Just in case you try and fix it and come back online and strike with missiles afterwards. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Cutlass moving around. Wait, is that the... Oh, shit, he just crashed. Right, well that's not me, chat. That's not me. I didn't fire a missile at that time. That dude just crashed on his own. Maybe he got hit by the Firebird missiles. Then the Firebird will get the crime stat. Ooh. Oh shit. I got a kill. But to be honest, chat, the Firebird was already red, right? Because it fired on the Cutlass. So hopefully I get away with getting crime stat and we get to kill the Cutlass and the Firebird at the same time. Technically, when you look at it, that's how it's gone down. He didn't pull up. No, the Firebird may have disabled the power plant by firing. It like fired 6 missiles. We'll find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Well, that's the kind of thing that I'm doing. I'm not trying to kill people. I'm trying to just disable them and get away with it. So, like, you've always got the ability. But the thing is, though, is I'm not leaving a Firebird with flight capability. Even taking out the 2 wings on the Firebird, it can still repair and warp away, right? But I don't want it to where it's turning fast. So, like, I'll take out engines, I'll take out stuff like that, but I'll still, the goal is to disable people so that they have to repair and go back to do certain things. We'd like to get on the Hornet, but also, ooh, we need a rearm actually. Oh, wait. No, it's still that Asgard. Connie. Military fit Hornet. I also need a quick bio break as well. Alright, we do rearm, refuel, bio break. Then get back to it. It looks like I got away with it, chat.
Initiated. Quantum travel complete.
I'm like one of those guys in, ooh, hello. Gladius. I'm like one of those guys in, what's it called? Not Snoopy. Scooby-Doo. But instead of getting captured by children, I get away with it.
Quantum travel initiated.
So since I'm here anyways, ballistics are somewhat a way to go. They are good for certain things. Again, I'm looking for high gank and get the fuck away. But at that same time is I'm not staying in the fight to like shoot 3 or 4 people. So I'm always in the air, like idea of rearming, refueling like I'm about to do now. Lasers are still good on certain ships where you don't ever have to leave the field. Ballistics obviously will do more damage to modules and armor with like penetration values and stuff like that. But again, lasers still have their place. It's just better to use ballistics for that fast kill and get away. And that's what I'm using for the saber for. If I was up against two Gladius, I don't want to be on the field very long. I don't even want to take that engagement, to be honest, right? I want to just maybe assassinate one Gladius and then get away. That's how you should be looking at it with ballistics on certain ships. Because again, if an arrow has lasers, for example, I'm going to lose to an arrow with lasers, even if I've got ballistics. Because they will eventually whittle my shields down, then they will damage anywhere and burn away the armor. Then as soon as the armor goes and the hull goes, my power plant turns off regardless if it's been penetrated or not. And since they can constantly keep firing and reloading and firing, and I'm at a sort of, I've got to land my shots, you're always wanting to sort of specialize into sort of, again, what you're planning to do. Are you planning to have a long engagement? Or are you going to be constantly repairing? Now, this will change when the Idris has rearm, refuel, because I think at that stage, people will go more ballistics in certain scenarios, because you can just then land and rearm off an Idris. But I definitely think there's a place for lasers still. I kind of feel like maybe don't allow fighters to have lasers and just leave them where they're ballistics, forcing them to have that rearm, refuel sort of gameplay loop, and you have the bigger ships have the lasers so that the turrets can actually hit at maximum range and they don't have ammo count, right? Because then you could overtune laser gunfire. But then again, people would turn around and be like, oh, I want to have laser shotguns on my fucking arrow instead of having, like, logical thinking. Because that would be amazing. Imagine that a fighter is dictated around how many rounds it has, but it's got good damage, and a turret is based around long range, good damage, but it can't fit on a fighter. Making turrets really viable with laser fire, and fighters have to get super close with ballistics, because you could nerf the range on ballistics then. You can make it, instead of where you're firing at 1600 meters per second on some ballistics, you can make it where they only fire at 900, forcing everyone to get super close with ballistics, but it hurts like hell. Then you buff lasers where they can hit like 3k away and do a lot of damage and stuff like that, giving that to turrets and big ships. That would be where I would go with it. But again, everyone would freak out that they're not able to put distortion shotguns on their fucking non-distorting ship, right? I'll be back in a sec, guys. Chat, what the fuck are these lyrics? She is a black ninja. You can't see her in the night. I'm pretty sure some of these lyrics can be taken for massively racist. Oh my god. Oh. We'll try this whilst we're here. That shit was cracking me up. I didn't get up here. Yeah, very, very interesting lyrics for a song. Because, to be honest, I don't ever see a ninja ever running around in, like, bright red or black, you know, like, bright blue outfit. I would always assume that a ninja is in black clothing, right? I mean, unless you're talking about Power Rangers kind of style, but... you know... not very sneaky if you're in neon colors. American Ninja? Wait, is there 10 movies of American Ninja? That's crazy if there is. Yeah, there is.
Quantum travel initiated.
I know it was like a Power Ranger Ninja sort of series. You know, there was a thing with the original Power Rangers why the Yellow Ranger never had his skirt.
Quantum travel.
And the Pink Ranger did, and it's because all the footage that was taken for Power Rangers was from the old Asian show, and in the Asian show, the Yellow Ranger, or whatever it was called, was a dude, right? But then what the Western company said is they started giving the lines for Trinity, which was like the Yellow Ranger at the time, the Asian chick, where she was independent and strong. That's why she didn't need a skirt. And I'm like, what the fuck? Isn't it just easier to say she wants to dress up like a dude? You know? Fucking strong, independent women so she gets trousers instead of a skirt. Strong, independent women can wear skirts as well. So fucking stupid, like. Man, multiple dead Polarises. Possibly a little group here. There's a move right there. I have a fighter, looks like a Hornet at this range. Yeah, there's a fighter on the hull. Let's try and sneak in a little bit. That's the problem with mainstream media. Masculine doesn't necessarily make a strong fan. It's like, what was it? It's like a tomboy. What's it when female likes to dress up in male clothing? It's tomboy, right? Or am I thinking something else? Yeah, tomboy. Why not just say she's a tomboy? Oh my god, there is a lot of shit here. Right, so we've got... Hornet, I think that is. Super Hornet and a Saber. Mrs. Doubtfire. Well, isn't that cross-dressing? That's not necessary. Like, again, tomboy is a female that wants to dress up in male clothing. Like, enjoys, instead of wearing a shirt and dress for work, prefers shirt and trousers, right? Just for comfort. But people would be like, oh, trying for, like, masculine. It's not. Like, sometimes comfort. Yeah, definitely here. Where are you? Saber and Hornet chat. Oh, that's gonna be a different one. I could try and get the Hornet as it's going down the way. If the Hornet starts moving towards the ground, chat, we're gonna go for it. An Avenger Titan. Like, we're coming behind it now. Oh, here we go, here we go. Maybe. 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 Fuck it, we're going in. We're gonna target the last second.
Friendly target.
He's gonna be ours. He's out. Alright, we nano away. Oh, he chaffed as well. Secondary coming in behind, maybe? Yeah, we're radar locked. Let's drag it down. We're on radar locked. Oh no, it's spam color. Missiles are out. But they're not out on us, chat. I think we've assassinated and got away with it. I've got a new mouse. Nice. What mouse do you get? Huzzah! I don't know what that one is. Alright, chat. That was good. We striked. There's missiles going off. Maybe somebody's finishing off the ship. We don't know. That's not our job. The job is to disable and get away with it. And that was a successful kill. Or disable, whatever you want to call it. Connie's freaking out. Taking off. There's still missiles going out here, chat. I'm actually gonna turn up my settings a little here. Yeah, try that a little bit more. Yeah, that's a bit cleaner. Someone is on the ground. It could be any one of those, like, down Polarises. Maybe, I don't know. Ooh, an arrow. So we got Cutlass Black.
Contact.
Ooh, 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 ooh. I can't even detect the red. Fucking, I swear, like, CIG's targeting system is dreadful. Tempting for that Cutlass, but I think it's beside possible, like, no, actually no. Yeah, I still can't target the red. It's so stupid. I can see a red target there, but I can't even target it, chat. It won't allow me. Got something maybe there? No. It does want to pick up something there, but I think it's just there. Might be the saber. Got no visual in there. Someone is on the ground? Maybe. Commander Barbatos is coming in. Alright, if we stay here. Oh, the Titan's red. Because I can finally now target it. I wonder if somebody's on the ground and they murdered somebody and that's why it's gone red. That could be the state. I do have 2 targets here. One we can't kill because it's called Commander Barbatos. And Barbatos is my favorite Gundam in all of Gundam series.
Contact.
We got a hostile Asgard coming in, which I would imagine is the Titan pilot. Is it gonna strike the Cutlass is the question. No, they're not engaging each other. I think CIG should add Koala to the game. Where you have like somebody in the second seat that has like a camera for going over a really small ship, 2-seater, and one person can just sit here very undetected with a camera above instead of having to have the cockpit above. So you'd be like sat here and the other person would be able to watch. It would be pretty fucking cool actually. They're looking at each other. Wow. Yeah, but then they've also allowed you to be the clanker if you think of it, Rabbit. I would be totally cool for that, you know? But CIG have made it where you don't have that sort of threat, which sucks. Alright, what am I on? I got still 8 in the chamber. Ooh. Cutter.
Contact.
Asgard. Ooh. A razor.
Missile lock.
Oh, I'm radar detected now. I was. Oh. Let's move this way. Might be the PDCs on the down ship, but we'll find out here. Oh, also, my head tracking going fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm radar locked up. But it's not from that. I think it's just bugs. Oh, there's a salvager here. Fucking hate the NPCs targeting you up. Hey Steam Hub, how you doing, dude? What if stealth corvette? Well, wasn't Sweden working on something like that? Yeah, I remember. It was either Poland, Sweden, or they were working on a stealth corvette in real life. Very oddly shaped. But it actually makes it stealthy. We have lots of them? We don't actually have lots of them. Because again, you don't really need lots of boats nowadays. Bloody Rex, man. When was that, Coolers? Was that further back? I just seen your DM, dude. Or 5 minutes ago? Alright, okay. It's all good, dude. Isn't Zuma Vault class DDS supported to be stealth? I can't remember. I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to naval. Like, I know a few things of naval, but not enough to know the differences. Stealthy for his shit. See, the problem you have is when you start making anything stealthy in a video game, you start going into the lines of it's like realistic neutrally, where stealth is a huge advantage over non-stealth, right? Like, for example, an F-14 Cold War plane launching missiles is still effective, but if you were to put 5 F-14s up against 5 F-35s, I don't think any of the F-35s would die, right? And that's the problem that you have in Star Citizen. If you start making too much stealth, then people will always use the stealth in mass numbers. And I just don't think having Polarises stealthy... I mean, they're already stupidly stealthy. Like, look at the cross-section on some of these big ships, right? So there's 64k cross-section on the Polaris, but when the Polaris first came out, it only had 15k cross-section. And it wasn't until CIG were like, oh no, this is a mistake. And it's like, really? Really? You don't, you know, you now just see that as a mistake. So can you imagine if, like, you had a ship of that size, even if you took away the torpedoes, you're in a difficult situation where, you know, how much unbalancement would you create from a stealth Polaris? Yeah, this dude is salvaging, so, yeah, we do not kill the salvaging ships ever. Looks like somebody's after shiz and Spooner. Has he still got the fucking bug? Let's have a look. There's quite a few bounties, actually. Yeah, there he is. Citizen Spooner. Ah, jeez. I personally think CIG should only allow stealth components on stealth ships, and those ships shouldn't be allowed to be military fit. Because the imbalancement is, I'm so sick and tired, and I hold my hand up at it. I'm sick and tired of stealth arrows, stealth gladius, stealth F8s, which are very difficult to be detected. And I genuinely feel that stealth should be very squishy, and you're coming as a glass cannon that can't be seen. But I'm sick and tired of the tank being the rogue and the fucking mage at the same time. It's very boring gameplay. I'm totally down for rogue, I'm totally down for like mage sort of gameplay, but it should never be you're the tank, the mage, and the rogue at the same time. Rift did that and had bad balancing issues because they allowed you to pick like what, 3 classes at the same time. So you could be a tanking rogue that could like assassinate and stuff like that. So if you failed your assassination, it took ages to kill you because you were a tank spec. I think it was called Rift Walker or something like that. So again, it's like, I would rather just certain ships in the military line have like certain skills, right? I don't think it's been given up. I think it's just CIG just... I think CIG's focus is so much on Squadron 42 that it's just sort of like hums and haws when it comes to Star Citizen. Because you can fake it in a game like Squadron 42. You can just be like, oh well, this is a stealth ship. The AI can't see it, right? And you can set up the gameplay around it, but it's this thing in the current state of Star Citizen, AI see through stealth. They also see through chaff clouds. So when you chaff and you're inside the cloud, a player can't target you. They can shoot you, but they can't target you to get the pip. An AI can target you and shoot you in this chaff cloud. And if you go stealth fit, the AI can detect you from the normal ranges that it set as a parameter. So for me, I feel like if you're going to start doing sort of changes to this game, you really, really want to start moving into the idea that, you know, stealth is stealth, right? And my Prowler AI doesn't even react. Go up to any turret system, like at an outpost, Furax, and tell me if it's any different, dude. So CIG might have certain things, but I've been testing it out on like at CZ zones and the AI can see you. I was flying around in a ship that has very low signature and the fuckers could see me from 20 kilometers away. And it wouldn't remove lock until I got passed out of their like bubble range. So it might be just some ships you found have done it, but I'm talking about we need a full standard. If a player turret can't see you, an NPC turret shouldn't be able to see you either. If a player ship can't see you, an NPC ship shouldn't be. It needs to be, but also the same HP. Like, NPCs are easier to kill than player ships because they have less HP, and I disagree with this. I think NPC killing should be as difficult to take down as it is to take down a player. So that you have a mentality that when I'm shooting an NPC or a player, I know how much it's going to go through, but whenever you're playing like Vandal Swarm, you just need to like spit at the Vandal and they die. Yet, if you do the Nick stuff, they're actually quite tricky, and it teaches bad habits. Just make it a global standard. No NPC or player should have an advantage in anything. This would also help for balancing, because when CIG design it for player to player, it's automatically upgraded for PvE. Because if you can do PvP, you can do PvE. Like, even with CIG changing things, the NPCs are, I'm doing it in a solo wolf, when you shouldn't even be able to do it in a solo wolf as far as I'm concerned. I said this to one of the developers who are in the channel, I was like, it's far too easy. Like, engineering is far too easy. I can kill stuff when I personally believe you shouldn't. I shouldn't be able to solo Hammerhead by just back strafing and shooting it when it can't hit me. So if you balanced it for pure PvP and you put those stats into PvE, the NPCs might actually be a challenge for some people and make it interesting. Then you could tone down the AI, right? You could make it where easy missions, but you still know to kill a Cutlass, regardless of the NPC's skill level, is going to take the same time as killing a player. Cutlass, regardless of skill level. But the thing is though, we don't want bosses designed around HP pools. It's very bad gameplay. When you design a game where the boss is only a boss because of HP values, that's bad. That's bad design. That's because you couldn't be fucked to figure out a mechanic that makes it feel like a boss. That's why, like, Division bosses are generally the most boring things to ever fight. Because you're just shooting a bullet sponge. Another Overlord, yeah. Yeah. I would rather CIG design bosses to be bosses instead of just upping their HP and their damage. It's really boring gameplay doing that. That's not creative at all. Like, you can easily set a parameter in an AI where the boss, for example, there's Killers. The boss is, like, where it's faster to react. So it moves from cover to cover twice the speed of a normal NPC. There you go, you've added in boss mechanics. But if you go, oh, this same NPC from room 1 had 50% HP and it didn't really hurt, and the same NPC in room 2, which has got a boss name, has 100% HP and it doubled the damage. That's not good gameplay. That's lazy writing at this stage. You could just make it where the boss only has a certain weapon, so when you actually kill the boss, you get a unique gun. The end of Site B should have been the doctor dude, or a security. It should have been the fucking Vandal, Nutali. The moment you go in there and start electrocuting the vandal, it should have fucking got up and started chasing after you. I think that would have been cooler. Elden Ring is good, but also that type of gameplay can be frustrating for people that don't enjoy that kind of stuff. Like, look at Where Winds Meet, right? They do it really well, tough. So in their hardness state, the boss mechanics are the same all the way through every difficulty of level, right? But when you choose to go up in harder difficulty, they make it where it has more HP, where you have to fight it longer, and it does more HP so it can kill you faster. That's not good in like an FPS game. It's fine for like those kind of like Dark Soul type of games, but Division did it dreadfully where you go into a room, you're fighting a selection of NPCs, and then you come across this one NPC that has no different mechanics, maybe a different weapon, but it's got like 10 times the HP pool, and you class that as a boss. That's not good. Really, really bad gameplay. You want to have it where the NPC is understandable why it's called a boss. Maybe it moves a little bit differently. Maybe it has a different weapon to not the normal people, right? Or you give it a higher headshot percentage, right? But if you are cracked out of your mind and you headshot it, it gets down, right? You have to kill the armor of the bosses. But that's just an HP pool though, Hazen, right? That's the big issue with like the Division bosses. They're just HP pools. I've only played Division 1. I have no idea about Division 2. All I know is in Division 1, when they brought out certain things... Oh shit. Coolers is getting engaged. Let's get involved. Hornita?
Missile lock. Shields under fire. Contact.
Ugh. Oh, I think I've got him. Yeah, I got him, chat. Take his guns off. Even if it has to repair, it's a lot of ammo then. There we go. D. Sorry, we poached your kill coolers. You shoot armor to deplete 1 HP pool, but most bosses have AoE that one-shot you. Again, having like mechanics like that is fine. I just hate bosses that are HP chunks because of bad mechanic. Also, I need to get some food.
Shields offline.
Also, we need to do the giveaway for the balloons as well today, guys. I have the list here. The ticket for everyone. Actually, we'll do this so we don't get any issues. Bad Santa has a list, and I'm checking it twice. I was a tester for Division 1. Some Ubisoft manager was super rude, and it wouldn't surprise me if Ubisoft. I mean, look at the fucking state of their games right now. You seen what they're doing for like Siege, where everyone is like at a ridiculous level they shouldn't be, and have all the cosmetics that even the developers have and shit like that. It's like getting massively hacked. It's crazy. And it's a bit fucked up. Fucked up in what way, Jason? It feels fine to me, dude. But again, if you're talking about, like, I'll go through the list of what I think you might be talking about. People have exploited money, so everyone is super rich. There's no real reason to farm anything. That's the only sort of downer to it. But CIG have confirmed they're going to do a wipe next year, round about Q1, Q2. That might be the best time to come back to the gaming. Not farming is a fucking lie. I'm still broke as shit. Well, that's you. Us 1.5 billionaires. You know.
Landing complete.
Look at that. 1.4 billion, and I didn't even exploit. I asked for a small loan of $1 billion and they shot me down like I'm homeless. Yeah, I would shoot you down if you asked for $1 billion. That's fucking rude. Yeah, the exploiters are awful, but hopefully we'll get it sorted next year. Apparently CIG has fixed the ability to exploit, but it still doesn't really, like, change the economy, right?
Engines offline. Landing complete.
Just send it to my alt if you don't want the money, neutrally. So it's Lupus Rex. I'll show you this one here. This is to anyone as well. Like if you don't have alts, just send it to this character. Where's it here? This one here, Rex Lupus. One word. I haven't even created the character this time, and people have been dumping the money people send to them on that account. And don't worry, like if anything happens, just contact me and I'll speak to CIG and be like, I told them to dump the money on the account. That's why I'm telling them to move it to my alt account, John. Because I won't be creating it in this patch or until it gets wiped anyway. So if you want to fix your accounts and don't want to send it on to some unlucky, just send it on to my alt. So it doesn't fuck up anyone. I won't be using that character, and if anything happens, just contact me and I'll speak to CIG and be like, I told people. No, I'm not even, it's for if you just want to get rid of your money. Abandon it. I won't be logging in that account at all until the wipe. Because people have been dumping. I think it's probably, by now I think it's like over 10 billion on it. I won't even log in. It's just a dump. And if anybody goes, can I get any money? I'm not logging in. It is a no-go. Nom nom nom. Rex Lupus, yeah. Oh shit. Can I eat it? The fuck is going on here? God. Isn't a thing if you haven't made a character and someone sends you the money, it just gets erased? I don't know if that's the case. All I know is that's an option for anyone. If you have been sent billions of money and you want to clean out your character, just send it to my alt. I have not even logged in on it, And I won't do, but you're welcome, like everyone else, to use it as a bin. And if CIG have any problems with it, just let me know and I'll send them an email saying I told people to do it. But I doubt they would. Can I fucking eat this food? Jesus. When eating is the difficult part of the video game. King skin condition? No, lupus is Latin for wolf. Because my other account is Deus Lupus. God of wounds. I love this saber. It's one of my oldest purchases. But I like it because it does its job, right? I don't expect to fleet fight in it. I expect it to be very stealthy and deal a lot of damage, as that Hornet pilot just found out. Chasing after coolers and it just got absolutely rinsed by a saber. Alright, I'll do. Kinda wish we had some more bonuses, but the juice bottles around. Actually, I'll try one more thing. I kinda need a flux. Let's put this in here for the next person. Yes. You can have a roast chicken nutrient bar. Oh, we'll take one. Oh, we'll take 3. Hey, W Zark. Happy New Year. Got a few days to go though, dude. A little bit early. Yeah. As I was saying, like if I can get like 2 or 3 people with the same skill level as me and the same knowledge of the game as me, we could do some crazy shit against like people. Because they just would not expect to be striked so hard and then you just disappear. But again, it's a gameplay loop that not many people fucking enjoy. Is there nothing in here? Chicken bar from the station and it's a chicken bake. What's that meme? We're Costco guys! God, now I gotta see it. We're Costco! Yeah, that's it. This shit. This fucking meme.
We're Costco guys. Of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
The things that we teach our kids these days, eh? It's so laughable because you know that kid is gonna grow up with like a bad drug habit from all the money and then like be found OD'd morbidly obese from chicken bakes. You know? That's the inevitable down spiral of anyone famous. No juice. I say the same thing about creating a pirate org. I think, like, I generally wouldn't create a pirate org because there's a lot of cool pirate orgs to join with. Like, you've got 388, you've got Cutlets Group, you've got Mongrel Squadron. There's quite a cool amount of, like, pirate groups. For some reason I thought that was different. Oh, I mean the gameplay. Alright, yeah. Sun Edition Sakura Legs. Also, I really wish CIG would add in a fucking vending machine to this game. You know what I mean? Like, This poor dude has been living off one bottle of like open water for fucking years. To your soul. I really think CIG should make it where like the NPCs then get into outfits and have like a shift or something. The problem with this game, it's just not believable. But I'm gonna try the Hornet Ghost as well. You know, think about what I want to set up on there. Oh, the auto like stare at them? You mean neutrally? Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why that does that. Oh. I kinda need to get like a fucking belt clip for these things. Oh, it does actually work. Yeah, there we go. This background is how I sleep. Alright, Darth Vader.
Engines online. Launch complete.
All the machines working at Benihenge. It'd be cool and cool if it was like a casino type area, right?
Landing gear ejected.
Oh man. Somebody's raging. Raging in chat.
Shields offline.
Is that broken helmet still lootable there? Dude, I have not been to Benihenge since we had to go there for one event, which would be around the time with the Vandal helmet and stuff like that. That was the last time I went. So you had to get the Vandal helmet from killing 50 players. If you went to Benihenge, you got the other one, and then CIG just made it where you had to find them in a fucking box instead. I've not been to Benihenge in easily like three years maybe. I wouldn't even know how to find it anymore, to be honest.
Quantum travel initiated.
Still dark for this one. Alright. Can I move?
Quantum travel.
Hey, Monkey Move Gun, how you doing, dude? I'll definitely go and pick up. Actually, we could do that just now. Whilst we don't have a crime stat, let's go to Hurston and get a ghost. Hurston. Maybe do the giveaway as well for all those wonderful people on Friday. Ah, this map says them. Because I've got the naughty list here, champ. The naughty list. The numbers we've got are 1, 3, 7, 13, 14, 21, 37, 34, 42, 43, 56, 67, 69, 70, 80, 99, 100. I'm gonna laugh my head off if it's 98. Obviously, we're gonna do it to whoever has the nearest number wins. But yeah, we've got Space Bear, Marcus Hazen, Mooks, Pilgrim Police, Cyborg Angel, Cell, Reformed, Blasty McNasty, Space B, Tough Mudder, Gallifear, Jack, aka Throx, Valdorn, Seiko, Blayfish, Glitch UK, and Sideways on the list. The balloons! I popped all the balloons today. And Nix was not happy. He was like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Was that a KOS list? No, it was a balloon list. All the people who got a balloon on Friday. They got to have a balloon for the party, the birthday party, and they got to choose a number, so I gotta go through a random thing today, and then we'll give that giveaway. I bet you Seiko wins. I bet you. Seiko won a discount code and the EOM in one day. I would laugh my head off if Seiko wins the balloon gameplay as well. Balloons! But I need to finish off Vox Machina today. I got to like halfway through season 1 to 3.
Quantum fuel at 75%.
I have returned, of course you have returned. You heard your name and was like, oh my god. I obviously have not finished Vox Machina. I haven't been enjoying it, but I will say, because I watched the Mighty Nine first, I think the Mighty Nine is better, and it's just purely I like the characters better than Vox Machina. That's all. Yeah, I said that you won the 2 giveaways on Friday, and it would be very interesting if your name comes up on this list for the balloon giveaway that we're going to be drawing at the end of the stream.
Quantum travel initiated.
Yeah, the first season was a bit meh. Again, I've got like 5-6 episodes to go through on Vox Machina, but definitely, again, it could be a different artist team, and obviously most of them are voice acting and stuff. I think Mighty Nine is a much better experience, and I'm glad I watched that first instead of. Actually, no, I'd say that would be a lie.
Quantum travel.
If I watch Vox Machina, again, I'm enjoying Vox Machina. I just think Mighty Nine is better. That's just my take. I like the artwork a little bit better. I like the character idea, like story. Vox Machina kind of is dragging on a bit too much, right? But then I will say this, each Vox Machina episode is 25 minutes when the Mighty Nine is 45 minutes. And I generally, with 45 minutes, it's always the sweet spot of being able to get more story per episode out. So, it was actually better than actual play. I need to see who plays Jester for voice, because her voice is super fucking sexy. I need to see the face for the thing. I don't know who it is. Like I've just discovered this part. This corner of the internet. But whoever plays like Jester, it's such a sexy accent. It's like sort of like Romania kind of accent.
Leaving. Safe zone.
Let me just check whilst I land here.
Warning. Leaving.
Warning. Before I knew it, I was abducted. Alright.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Yeah, let's look at here. So, the mighty nine. Ah, right. Oh yeah, she is gorgeous. Oof. What else has she been in? So Critical Role, Jester. Critical Role, Jester. Also, oh, she plays. Wait, she plays that character as well? Holy shit. That voice range then. So wait, is she putting on Jester's voice? All right. Oh, she's gorgeous as well. Right, so that's Pike. So I've not looked into this yet. Don't really know this dude. To be honest, I don't know any of them. I don't recognize him. What other voice was... What is he then? The Mighty Nine. Oh, he's Caleb. Right, okay. Really? It's a fucking dude that does Not's voice? Holy shit. Wow. Dude, that's fucking crazy. Alright, well, bravo. I actually thought it was a female that was doing Not's voice. This is the guy that does the stories, right? He's the guy that... Is he the guy that writes the stories? Or is he the games master guy? I can't remember, like... He's the GM, yeah. But does he write the stories as well, or is it somebody else? It's written by the writers. Okay, okay. But it's based off his stuff, though. He writes the stories. Right, okay, and then they change it for the anime stuff. That's fucking sick, man. Yeah, I need to get into more of this. I think I'm gonna have to go back and watch, because you guys were saying, oh shit! What character is this one? Oh shit! That's who plays it. Astrid as well, yeah. I know her from Mark Strong, Trent, yeah. Who plays does he play anything else? Where is it here? No, not this one. What am I looking for? Let's do this. Who am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Here. This dude. Is he in the Mighty Nine? Because he does Grog, right? Oh, shit. He's Fjord. Damn. Okay. They're very similar characters, actually. That's cool, man. I don't recommend... Oh, Dancer Guard Monk. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Mighty Nine again once I'm finished Vox. Oh yeah, I recognize that. Nathan as the gentleman. I didn't realize Ming Na Wen was in. She is absolutely stunning. Oof. That's cool. That's cool. What is it, Novi? I hope they do more series of Mighty Nine. Because it's just left, it's like massively left over. Where it just like, it really shouldn't have been the ending of a series, in my opinion. Isn't the end more to come? Yeah. But you know what I mean? It was just a very weird place to leave it. Like, it wasn't even on a cliffhanger end. It just abruptly stopped. Anyway, awesome. Fucking sick. Again, great. Like, if anybody's into anime, watch out. Like, I've been enjoying. The Mighty Nine definitely is my favorite right now. I like the story better. But I'll finish Mox tonight. And I take it they're not doing anything more after season 3 of Vox Machina. I take it season 3 finishes it off. It's not going to be like a cliffhanger to season 4. Oh, nice. Okay. Good. So there should be more. 2 more seasons for Vox? With season 5 the final? Really? Good. I like that. The problem is I hope I live long enough to see it, because Berserk is one of the longest anime manga shows I've ever been. Like, 1987 is when I first started reading Japanese version of Berserk, right? And all the way up to 2025, it's my longest one. It's still, because obviously the guy passed away and nobody's taken over yet, but apparently there is somebody working on it to try and finish off Berserk. But they left it in just a place that I can't accept the ending that we've got just now for Berserk. And I know it's just a temporary one because they're trying to figure out what to do with it, but it just doesn't sit right. I can't stand that shit. Alright, so you can buy the civilian. We're gonna go for the Mark II Ghost. We can't buy the Super Hornet Mark II, which sucks, so we can't get the turret. But at least we've got this for later on in the week to test out. Season 4 for Vox is coming out this year. 2026, you mean? Or at the end of December is it coming out? Didn't they make the turret? No, only the front part is. 2026, okay. Good. And the other one that I need to check up is Solo Leveling Season 3. Anytime soon, sadly, the lack of updates on the anime. Oh god, please don't just fucking can it, man. But after a record-breaking season 2 on Crunchyroll, we're certain you want to hear more. Yeah. Shit, so nothing on season 3. Fuck. Blah. That sucks. That's going to be at least end of 27, 28 then. Oh, dude, the manhwa for Solo Leveling's amazing. Again, I'm pretty sure I've read it 20 times. It's so good. Even Ragnarok is good. I just like it because it's like One Punch Man. I just like overpowered characters, you know? It's why I like Guts from Berserker so much as well, because it's just like, the dude has some hardship, and then he's just fucking OP as fuck. It's good. But I do like One Punch Man. I just love how simple that character is. Relatable on my end, you know, bald and all that jazz.
Landing gear rejected.
I stopped watching and reading like animes like Death Note and stuff like that just purely because it's a bit of a fucking head fuck at times. Oh, I'm not talking about Death Note, it's a classic, right? But any animes like that, I'm not really into the mood of like reading headfuck anime mangas anymore. Apparently they still want to bring out Lelouch, the next chapter on it, or Code Geass, like following on from the story as well, which is kind of crazy. But they've been saying that for fucking years now. Cause a lot of people want to fucking find out what happens with Lelouch and Cece, right? Because it's like, it's never answered. Sake, this fucking map system. It's never answered, but it's always hinted at the end of it, right?
Initiated.
What I would love for somebody to do is like do a story of the 80s Transformers. A little bit of like pre-war on Cybertron and make it dark like Berserker and shit like that. I don't know if that's even possible to do something, but I think that would be really fucking cool. Yeah, I can turn off the noise feed, there you go. Like dark Transformers. Bit gruesome, you know? Instead of just parts blowing off, you see a bit of like oil and blood and, you know, it'd be kind of cool actually. A dark Transformers anime series. I don't know how well it would work out though. Where Megatron is the hero? I'm more meaning dark as in like, it's not like you can go a bit gory, you know? Just dark in that way. But the thing is though, you would probably have to bring out Transformers that have boobs, right? Especially with like Japanese anime. Some of the Transformers would have to be super sexy. I wonder. What would a modern day, like, anime, you know, look like for Transformers? Conan would also be a really cool sort of like anime. Like you could do Berserk, but with the theme of Conan would be pretty sick. I mean, you could even do a Game of Thrones anime show, and I think it would be pretty fucking cool. You ever seen Game of Thrones? If it was an anime series, watch this. This is so fucking cool. If it comes up here. Yeah, this. Watch this. Is this a group? Let me just do this because they've got other ones as well, right? Let me drop the link in chat. And it's just like the music and stuff is whatever, but to be honest, I think it would be fucking like they did Witcher as well. They've got like Batman. It's really cleverly done because this is before like AI.
たちおはようおチャラいナンバーワン紹介しましょう自治臭いよお金ないけど持っている天才高おいちゃおいちゃ家の洞窟開いたことあるおいちゃおいちゃ Save me
I wonder what people do nowadays with like AI and stuff. But yeah, they've got like if Fortnite was an anime, if this one's actually pretty good. This one here for Star Wars. You'll recognize it. Very clever. I'm not a Star Wars fan. I would watch this if somebody did a full fucking like season of The Mandalorian based around Cowboy Bebop. It'd be fucking cool.
Shields online. Shields offline. Quantum travel.
Oh, actually, where am I going?
Quantum travel.
Over here. No, actually. I need to have the selection of tools available for us.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
Alright. Let's land this, then let's do the giveaway. I'm not gonna do a long day today, chat, just purely as we tie into the end of the year. I want to try and get normal sleep pattern back. Have like constructive like 5-6 hour stream and not push it anymore, because there's generally not any content to do apart from what we're doing right now. We'll need to wait until next year when CIG are back in. If they make RB tools, someone will make a machinima. I hope CIG makes or like gives people to do machinima. I would love it. You know Expat, right? Expat Brett, she's on the channel, Scottish, absolutely loopy. It'd be fucking sick if there was like more tools for that type of stream to be able to be done, and then you could make it into like a show, right? I think it'd be sick, man. I keep saying, and I say this to Leica all the time, I would love for CIG to do anime series based off their engine system for like Netflix or Amazon or something like that, where you get like 7 or 8 episodes, 45 minutes long for like season 1, and it's basically short stories in Star Citizen. Be fucking sick, man. Using like the same technology and stuff that they do for their trailers, right? Or they did for that one with the No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, sorry, the MSR. That's what I'm talking about. Like 45 minutes per episode, 8 in a season. Like take 2 years to make it. But also, I think they should have done this, right? And this is just my take. I think CIG should have done this before Squadron 42 came out, and they should have had 2 episodes at 45 minutes long doing the storyline before Squadron 42 that leads up to the Vandal moving into there, like before the big fight. I think that would have been fucking sick. So you would have watched them, got hyped up like they did for what's it called? The Cyberpunk series, right? And then you release the Squadron 42 and you roll into that sort of system. I think that would have been so fucking cool. And I've been saying that for a couple of years now. If CIG had just had that kind of tie-in, it would have been huge, because you could have had people literally watch it, get hyped up, and then the next week release the game, and it would have been better than releasing like adverts for the game.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
So what would these sell for Star Citizen Plus? Star Citizen Plus? I don't know. I to be honest, like they could base it off subscriptions, right?
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
They just need to make it where you can't shoot in third person, and you know what I mean, like there's a delay between switching from third person like this to first person, right? You don't necessarily need to get rid of it. You just need to make it where weapons are disabled, and when you're in third person, like the time to push back, right? Yeah. I'm leaving it to Tough Mudder. Mudder's on the scene, chat. You be civil, or there's gonna be slapping. Yeah, first and only one. You keep it civil. No insulting anyone. I can use it to hold cam. Yeah, exactly. So this is where I will agree with Parosi, that, for example, I can do this, right? See this? This is what Parosa is talking, right? I don't know how to say your name correctly without butchering it. Look at how fucking stupid this is. So as I'm behind a corner, I can see if anybody's coming down a hallway, right? So this is where I completely agree that this shouldn't be allowed in the game unless you go into a different mode. And in this mode, just like other games, you should be able to freeze the character, go into photo mode, but you can't move the character and you can't move the camera. It basically freezes everything, right? No, it shouldn't be a drone. It doesn't need to be a drone. If you play any other video game, the moment you go into camera mode, it freezes the game. And you can move around and stuff like that. That's all they have to do. So when you go into that mode, the game is frozen. So you won't ever see somebody approaching. It's a very easy fix. Because again, there's so many games that have it. They just need to add in the camera mode. How would that? Well, again, look at any game that's got it. Multiplayer church. Where wins meet. When you go into camera mode, people are paused. Even if they're players. There's many ways you can do it. You just basically make it a screenshot system. That's it. Like a photo mode. But again, you have a huge tactical advantage if you do this, right? So let me just move the camera out. See, look. Right? I am now able to see around a corner by just sitting here. So I could literally have one screen where the alt is like that, right? And then my main is ready to peek out. Cause so my I can literally leave an alt on a corner with that there on that screen, right? And then my main is like this. And I'm saying like that. And as soon as I look up, I just go, and you're dead. That's the advantage you get from it. It's not so much if one person's doing it, because again, you can just make the delay from going through the options very slow, right? So you see how I'm able to just pan through? You could make it where it's 10 seconds before it changes. And then you don't have an advantage. But it's the fact that I can have an alt over there, out of the way, looking down here, and I just sit on my main screen like that, and I just peek out and shoot you. Yeah, because we've already got people who do that, Roman. That's the point. You've got Catnuts flying around with an alt in his two-player Polaris, and his alt is the one firing the torpedoes. So yeah, you already have people doing it, dude. Again, I've got two PCs as a streamer. I could easily run a second account and move it around at the same time. Because I can have my mouse and keyboard sync up. So basically I have the characters stand behind my main and then have it when I press forward, they both move at the same time. So I can move both characters around the game and then leave one in position to be a camera. They could do many things, but again, you can easily see here where it's not that big of a deal. But again, it is a massive tactical advantage if somebody is like here, because I can't be killed as you're running down. But look, right? Let me move back a bit. I've gone too far. Look, I can literally stand here and see you coming down a hallway. And this character is in no threat of being shot because it's behind a wall. Behind two walls, if you think of it. So they definitely need to limit. It's not to take it away from people doing screenshots. You have to limit this ability, right? I'm all for you doing like screenshots of your characters like this, but you should not be able to extend it to this, as far as I'm concerned. And that's all that CIG has to restrict. Leave it where when you've got third person, right? Because there's three modes. There's this mode, there's this mode. All you have to do is leave it to this one and just make it where that's as far as you can go. Right? That's as far as you can go. So that you're doing screenshots, you're not punishing people's screenshots, you just can't do the full extension of I'm behind 2 walls, blah blah blah. When we get hacking gameplay, CIG will have to add security cameras over the facility. Again, it doesn't matter what CIG add as gameplay, it's the fact that you can do it right now. Well, again, I only see third person, right? And this is just my take before anyone freaks out. I only see third person as taking a screenshot of your character, right? So the maximum I would say is this. That's how much I believe you should only be able to zoom out to for your character. Where you can then have it in a pose, in a certain scenario, and there you go. But the problem is people want this. Where they can take a screenshot like this. And the thing is, right, if we look at a game like Where Wind Meets, when you go into this mode, you can't do anything apart from do a screenshot. It's the fact that, and it takes time to close down, because they've gone with the idea where if I'm in third person, I can't just change back and gank somebody. It takes me a while to come out of the mode, which doesn't give an advantage at that point. And that's all CIG has to do. Yeah, because Warframe does that. If anybody doesn't know, Warframe Simulator, for screenshot, literally as you freeze a bubble around your character, where nothing moves in and out, and you can position your character to do any cool thing, but everything out of that bubble is fully moving around. So again, like, we don't need to remove it, they just need to restrict it where you're not able to do this stupid shit. Because again, it's the same thing, is if you add in drones, which I would be totally down for, like, third person is firing off a drone. Again, I will sit my character here, my alt, launching a drone. The difference is the drone is going to be up in the fucking roof where most players don't look up, and I will have a drone knowing exactly the second you're coming out, right? Unless CIG add fuel and stuff to the drone, and then obviously that adds in... Again, it would all be gameplay. Because then you could say, well, if somebody has a drone here, I can be over here and I can fire a drone to see if there's anybody ahead. And then it's drone versus drone. And then we're like Russia and fucking Ukraine. Drone wars, right? Yeah, they could be loud as fuck. So there's many things CIG can add in. But again... Right now, I will always maintain you should not be allowed to do this in any video game where if I angle the character correctly, right, and obviously we are doing certain things to do it, I should not be able to do what I'm trying to do, right? In any video game. That's it. Because again, I can sit like this, right? And do this. Now I know that if I'm going to engage on you, there's no backup coming, right? So I now have Peeker's advantage where you're running towards me, and if anybody doesn't know how bad FPS in the game is, whoever does this first wins the fight automatically. Because if you sprint and peek, you have Peeker's advantage, and in some servers, it's 6 seconds advantage, by the way. And that's why people die and they don't realize they're dying. They're like, oh, this person's exploits. No, it's the same thing in dogfighting. Whoever presses Afterburner first has 6 seconds advantage in Star Citizen over the other person. Because their Afterburner counts. And I've tested this so many times in Atmosphere. So whoever does this first wins automatically. And if you're like that, you can see when they're getting into range and just go, you know, like that. But obviously without going into, or leaving it inferred. Yeah, because again, see doing this, by the way. If somebody is holding a corner, the amount of delay in Peeker's advantage is whoever does this wins the fight. Because you don't even see them come around the corner. Yeah, it's 6 seconds in Star Citizen. It's dreadful. Again, if you are in a straight line and whoever afterburners first in the exact same ship, you do a 3, 2, 1. Whoever presses afterburner first, Voltus, has a 6-second advantage before you start naturally catching up in network. And that's with afterburner and ships. It's the same thing in this game for peeking. Whoever's behind that corner, right? You sprint everywhere. You don't walk around the corner. You don't walk around the corner here. Even if you just side out, you sprint. Press the sprint button, go forward. You have an advantage over anyone. Peeker's advantage in Star Citizen is dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Because again, you will die to somebody before, and it feels like they've cheated, but it's nothing to do with it. It's because they're around the corner before you even see them. Yeah, oh dude, there's so many exploits in, if anybody doesn't know about FPS exploits, there's so many in this game. It's ridiculous. This is why I hope CIG are just literally ripping it out and adding the Squadron 42 stuff, which will hopefully replace everything we've got in FPS. Just purely because of how bad it is. So even if you've got good FPS, right? Like, look at, for example, you can manipulate networks and stuff like that, right? Where people are teleporting around the place and they're killing you because you look stationary to them, but on your screen, they're jumping around. In the old days, we used to call it like lag switching and stuff like that, but lag switching is like non-existent these days, but you can make it where, you know, would call it server delay advantage, peeker's advantage is a natural thing. Well, again, there's normal games, Bluemanx, that have peeker's advantage, where the moment you're out, it's maybe like a split second to a second. Star Citizen is a full, like 6 seconds sometimes. Where if somebody moves out like that and shoots you, you don't catch up for 6 seconds. Because it doesn't understand, like it doesn't register the network. You can literally bunny hop around corners and kill somebody before they go, oh, somebody's there. It's that bad of an advantage. This is why, with everyone running around in heavy armor, you're fucking idiots. You're all idiots. Because faster, light armor allows you to get around corners faster whilst in the sprint and kill people. Because guess what? When you're running around in heavy armor, see how you've got there, like the movement there? Right? And you hold shift. If you're in heavy armor, the shift to where your weapon balances out is slower than when you're in light armor, by the way. Because if you're running around in heavy armor and your character's out of breath, even when you hold the trigger and then shift to balance the gun or breathe, it's still off, by the way, even though it's stationary. Because it's built around the stamina system. So whoever has more stamina, aka light armor, wins gunfights. Because when you're running around in heavy armor, just an FYI, the armor, the helmet, only takes 2 more P4 shots before you're knocked out. That's all that heavy armor does compared to light, by the way. 2 more shots. So again, what the fuck are you doing running around in heavy armor? And this is only in PvP. Like in PvE, obviously the NPCs already know you're there before you even do anything. Because an NPC, even though you're behind the corner like this, the NPC knows you're there. And it doesn't react until you are pixel over. And then it starts to shoot at you. So if you sneak up on a position and you're like, you know, third personing your arse off to see you around a corner, the moment you peek, the NPC instantly reacts to you. Because it's just half-baked coded, this game, when it comes to FPS shooting. It's the worst part of this game, is FPS. Like, as in first-person shooting, not frames per second. It is dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. And the horrible thing is it's built off the Cry engine originally, so it's like, why is it in such a bad state? But there you go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
They need to rip out the whole system.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Because light and medium armor kicks the fuck out of heavy. All you have to do, by the way, chat, is put heavy helmet, heavy chest, and then light on your arms and legs, and you'll never have any of the disadvantages. CIG need to start making it, but obviously they are aware of this. In the new system we're getting, I don't think it'll be next year, but the year after that, they're making it where you can't have light legs and heavy chest. You have to have heavy legs to support the heavy chest and the heavy helmet. This will counter the issues of people running around at high speed.
Please visit
Hopefully. Because again, right now, I've got medium. I've got medium legs, medium arms. Heavy chest, heavy helm. And I'm so much faster in moving with a railgun than other people are. And then make heavy... Well, they've sort of gone that route. But again, if you go light armor, you're so much faster than somebody with an LMG and heavy armor. But the new system is, again, CIG said you will not be able to wear a heavy chest, heavy helmet without having heavy legs to support the weight. And the same thing for the arms. Like, you can't have light legs and heavy arms, for example. They're making it very much where you go light, full medium, or full heavy. You don't get a choice. Well, it's meant to support bag weight and everything like that. Where, for example, you can fit more things in your bag, but it goes off weight instead. Because if you look at here, for example, if I take my gun here, it only does 10%. So I roughly, technically can carry 9 fucking glents all modded out, but I only take up, you know, it says it here, like goes to 33%, but they actually have it restricted where I can't put it in my bag, right? That's all that CIG has to do, is just weapons get restricted about. But I don't think you should be able to carry fucking 9 Galent rifles in a backpack. I only think you should be able to fit one spare, and that's it. And you've got to sort of pick a mix on it. Item volume, yeah, something like that. Like, I am somebody where I personally feel you should be allowed to pack up armor and carry more armor, but you can't carry more than like 1 or 2 guns in your backpack. Because I think being able to grab armor is more important than being able to grab weapons. And one game that I've played, I don't know if you guys have ever played it, I don't know if it's the same in Tarkov. In Delta Force, you have the ability to take a backpack and turn it into a sealed pack and put it in your backpack. I don't know if you can do that in Tarkov as well. But that's how CIG should do it as well. So you can take a backpack, but you can't put any items in that backpack, you have to turn it into. Can't do that in EFT, right? Because that's how they have it in Delta Force. You can get armor plate, but you can't use it. You've got to turn it into the stored version, and then you unpack it. Yeah, the fake volumes are dreadful. Just make it realistic. Like, again, I've got a backpack in real life that has 4 backpacks in it. Because it's a big backpack, which I put a smaller backpack in. And then I put an even smaller backpack in that. But to be honest, if I was really bothered, I could probably put 2 backpacks in each backpack. It's completely fine. Just make it where it turns into another item that can't be... Like, you can't go backpack, 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 and in each one the backpack has got stuff in it. If they look at the Delta Force way of doing it, it's so good. Because you can compact armor plates, you can compact weapons, you can compact backpacks, where you fold up the weapons, you fold up the backpacks, you fold up the armor sets, and you can have loads in your backpack whilst you're running around. You sound like a mentalist? What, because I have backpacks with... Dude, it takes up so... Like, it reduces so much space. You don't have backpacks inside your backpack? You're fucking nuts, dude. Bags and bags. Yeah. Hey, course, how you doing, dude? Alright. Let's set up for the giveaway chat. Obviously, if you weren't here part of Team Balloon, you won't be able to get involved in it because I have the list of everyone here. If you want to quickly see the list, there you go. Alright. I got a very easy system for this, chat. I got this website. Just to show you, I literally click here, and it'd be 65. Nobody's 65. You click it again. See how it's randomly picking between 1 and 100, right? It's randomly doing it, chat. I'm going to reset it, and we're just basically just going to click it, and whichever name is the closest, I think that's the fairest way. Would you all agree? Or is somebody going to say, no, this certain calculator is not fair? I have plastic bags inside other plastic bags. Exactly. Tesco bags and, yeah, Tesco bags and Tesco bags. I made the rules. Right, okay. I have the list here. Good luck to every balloon person. We are rolling 57. Gallifear at 56. Where is he at? Let me go to here. There you go. Gallifear at 56, ladies and gentlemen. The closest to 57. Again on the screen, just so we got all the VODs. There you go, chat. Congratulations to Gallifear. The next person would have been Jack at 67 or Tough Mudder at 43. But Gallifear went with 56. Crazy. All right. I will be... Gallifear, I need... You have obviously a choice, as we do with all giveaways. You can claim or you can pass on. It's up to you. It is Star Citizen related. It is an old giveaway. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, just to maybe change your mind. But obviously, you have that option. Would you like to claim or would you like to pass on? Your choice, sir. Being old is a win today. Exactly, exactly. Good choice in number as well. I was actually praying... you'll claim it? Awesome. I was actually hoping it was going to be 98, chat, because Glitch UK did 99 and Sideways did 100. So it would have been so funny. Because Glitch went 99 just to troll Sideways. Alright, what to do is send me a DM with your email address. That's all I need. Your Star Citizen email address, and I'll send you the giveaway right now. Again, that was everyone who got added to the balloon giveaway on the birthday stream on last Friday, chat. All those people were individuals that dropped in over $25 towards the birthday stream. So fucking GG's to all of them, because not only have I been running on the new audio system today, chat, and just an FYI, we're 5 hours and 39 minutes, and I've yet to have a peep peep saying that I'm running out of power, which is amazing. So thank you very much to everyone who helped get that. But also, Nova's backpack was ordered up and is on transit. Just like to say to American folk, $99 to send a backpack to Scotland is fucking ridiculous. All right? That needs to be fucking sorted out. Because it was like 200 quid for the backpack, and it was another fucking like 100 quid for getting it delivered over. From delivery from America, shipping, and customs. Like, what the fuck, man? So, luckily, you guys went over that number and got to 600, because originally I had it set for 250 for Nova and 250 for the fucking audio system, but it went over that massively. So again, thank you to everyone who actually got us to that number, because, yeah, like, I was not expecting, like, 100 to 120 fucking delivery, like, absolutely insane. Right. Let me get this for you. Also, why are you able to send me a DM on Twitch, Gallifrey? Actually, wait a minute. Let me see if I can copy it here. Oh, on Discord. Let me just copy it. Actually, no, it's all good. I'll send myself the thing. I'll just DM myself. It's because it's on a different PC. I can only open up Twitch on the stream PC, and everything to do with gaming side is on the gaming rig. It's fine. I can send it through Discord to Discord. There we go. I got it. I don't know why I'm not able to open up DMs on Twitch on this gaming PC. It's really weird. Alright. Let me sort this out. Yeah, so Gallifrey, you have won yourself a Pirate Week Avenger Titan LTI with the Skull Crusher paint. One of the best, like, sort of fucking giveaways I like to give away for people. But that's an Avenger Titan, the game package, LTI, and the Skull Crusher paint. Let me just send this to you now. So, and again, it was the only sort of like small thing I had available to give to you guys for being amazing. I need to get to the stage where I'm starting to get more things for people. There you go, sir. That's it sent. Obviously, it'll come through as an RSI email. Nothing to do with me. I didn't have a Titan anymore, but I've been enjoying the one I bought in game. Oh yeah, dude. It's such a good paint. Such a good paint. So yeah, thank you very much to everyone. I've got that list. I'm going to keep this list as that's going to be my 2025 list. We'll probably do the same mini game at the end of 2026. Because obviously I'm now at the stage where I'm not doing special streams unless it's like something super important, you know, like Nova funding or whatever, right? I just don't like the idea of milking anymore. But aye. Yeah, Skull Crusher for Titan, yeah. They had it this year for... I've been holding on to that one just because it's like really fucking good. But they've got it for the Mantis, they've got it for the Titan. I'm hoping they'll bring out one for the Saber. Even a Hornet one would be nice. Gladius, you know. Awesome, thank you, dude. Yeah, I just hope they do more. Or it's even the, what's it called? The, it's not Mandalorian skin, but it's like this, the sort of like chromey silver skin that we get on some ships. You get them on like the Ion and shit like that. They look really good. They're also part of Pirate Week as well. That's it, yeah. Meridian. That's it. They are so good. I wish there was more skins for different ships. Like, if I could get an arrow with the Meridian on it or a Skull Crusher. I bought this year because obviously, like, I don't like buying skins in general. Like, because most of the skins will be available in game down the line. I only buy the, like, the ones that are limited, like, not the new concierge type of skins, because they're not limited. I'm talking about the ones where, like, if they sell a ship and they have a concept skin, I'll buy that, because you don't... for example, the Thunder paint for the Perseus, right? I've got 2 of them, and obviously I only need 1, but I'm thinking of doing a giveaway for one of them down the line. Well, the Alpha one is... The heat sink, I think it's called, skin for the wolf is rare. Not the one for the L22. It's not rare. So I'm sort of like trying to get them. But I used to collect all the like alien ones and stuff like that, you know. It says limited, but any concierge person can go and buy it from the concierge aisle, Nero. That's the thing. They say it's limited, but it's literally available in that aisle. Because we've had some limited concierge skins in the past this year, and they're still there. Not the camel one? Let me open up. What one are you talking about? Are you talking about like the banana one? You talking about this one? This one here. Yeah, I don't... Let me go to concierge. I'm pretty sure that's not what you think it is, kind of skin. They just say it's limited for fucking shits and giggles. Let me go here. Account dashboard. Legatus. Legatus Navium. Because you see here, all these skins here. So there's the Night Tide one. Right, so yeah, you're right. The Night Tide one is the concierge one. Or is it? Yeah. These are classed as like the non... Like they're concierge. So you have to be concierge to get them or gift them from a concierge. But for example, you can't get the Perseus Thunder on this one, which was a concept one. Yeah, so the one you're talking about is definitely limited. So that would be, where is it here? Shop. Then we got the paint aisle, right? The banana, yeah. See, that's a limited one, but CIG seem to be selling them again. Which is interesting. Yeah, so banana one here is the limited one. This is the one where you want to pick it up because it won't be back on sale again. But this one is the concierge one, which is actually a cool one. But this one will always be in the concierge aisle. Oh yeah, I would love if CIG did stuff like this. I'm all for this type of stuff. Like, long as it's not where it's like... Doesn't go too crazy into the Fortnite, Call of Duty area. But I'm all for, like... Personally, they're the type of skins I think CIG should be selling. When it comes to weapons, instead of just a color pattern. I think you should be able to do whatever color you want for those type of weapons. It should be an actual skin as a skin. If you got it where it's got the Elgro in it, then... Yeah, if you're talking about the 8 Wolf one... Does it have it? No. This has the Night Tide, which is the concierge one, I think. Or what was the name on it? The rare ones on this are the Night Tide, the Wolf Night Tide, and the one that's limited for the launch of the X50, the L52, L22, is this one here. This one, when CIG take it off the website, you won't be able to buy this one ever again. This is a one-time deal skin. Now, obviously, you'll be able to get blueprints in the... Down the line, CIG want it where, like, if I've got a skin, I can give you a skin copy, and it's like a one-time use. That is on the cards that CIG want to do. Yeah, it's not getting applied properly. It's basically giving, like, the L21 version with a little bit of military, and you can't take it off very easily and stuff, but, yeah. But yeah, that's the rare one there. It's the same when you're looking at the Perseus, right? Oh wait, do you not even get any for paints? There we go. That's the you don't have a limited one here. Oh, sorry, that one there. The Insight one. So that's your limited skin for the Perseus. If you don't buy this now, you'll lose out on it. I might actually buy a couple of credit just in case. A lot of paints are bugged on a lot of ships. Yeah, I'm actually going to add that to cart. Because you can use credit on these ones. I should actually go through all limited ones and see what we have. Is there a way? Limited time? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'll just do that just now. let's just do it, chat. We'll buy and then we'll fucking melt. There we go. Because again, you don't need to spend real money on that loot goblet. Hey, dude, I got fucking $4,600 store credit. And let me enjoy some of it at least. I'll melt them down because I have no issue on these. I'll just keep it on buyback for whatever day. Because I've got the Thunder for the Perseus. And the Thunder is the best one, hands down. This is cool, don't get me wrong. This one's awesome. But the Thunderstorm or whatever it's called for the Perseus, let me show you for people that have not seen it. Hey, go into my account. Is it Thundercloud it's called? Let me get it to where I can actually search for it. It's so good. Or let me do here. Star Season Thundercloud. Yeah, this one here. That's it. I've got a spare one of these, which I might give away. Maybe. What does the impound sell them at? To what? What? 226 quid? Holy shit. Is that how much they're worth now? Alright, sick. I'll save it as a giveaway then, guys. That will be a juicy giveaway then. That's crazy. Well, again, it is limited edition, right? I'll laugh my head up. See, for me, I'm happy to do them as a giveaway because I'm never wanting to make money off you guys. But it'd be fucking sick if CIG eventually bring out all these skins in the store, right? You got some I got some OG ones as well. Dude, keep the Citizen Con goodie packs. Holy shit. I have a giveaway coming up when I can be bothered to sell, get rid of the Shiv. And the Shiv comes with that stuff as well. Let me get this hooked up here. Whilst I'm here, I'm just going to buy 2 of each. That'll do. Yes. $80 chat, which will... $80 of credit, which eventually down the line might make me hundreds of giveaways. Let me just agree to that. I got the Mustang Omega. I could make if I was to sell my account, I can make a lot. Because I've got 2 Ravens, Legatus, Omega on it, Dragon Kitty. Not that that's rare. Yeah. Last year's goodie pack sells for 300. Holy shit. I think I've got a few of them. You sold one for 70 and now you could have got 300. Holy shit. I'm holding on to 1.0 then. I am holding all my stuff to 1.0 chat. I'm gonna wait till when Shroud is like, oh, you know, when I said the game is shit, what I really meant was it's good, and I want to buy all the rare skins because I don't want to be left out. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'll give you $1 million for this skin. I'll be like, hey, what was that, Shroud? What was that? Yeah. Here we go, Shroud. Here's your fucking $1 million. What about 20 towards pack? Don't know. Again, you'd have to go and check up prices. You would have to check up the prices. I need to melt some ships as well. Probably going to melt the Talon down, because I don't think I'm going to use it. Meteor doesn't look like CIG's doing anything cool with the Meteor, so I got a few ships I'm going to melt down. I still have a Pulse that I need to upgrade as well. Also the TR bikes I've got. Oh yeah, the Sons of Centauri bike pack. This is still one of my favorite packs, chat. This one is insane. Valkyrie Liberator Edition, Prowler, Legionnaire, and Asgard in one pack. But this fucking ship is like $1,800 right now. The Valkyrie Liberator Edition. But I can't, I mean, I could melt it and then do like a buyback thing. It was like only $800 or something like that. These are all things from the past. One of my first giveaways I ever did on my stream to celebrate, like, I think it was a year on Twitch. I gave away, Solstice, the end ship, the Nautilus, and as much as I gave it away as a giveaway because I just thought it was a skin, now it's like worth $2,000. That ship alone. So Asgard is actually an old concept? No, I just upgraded something on that pack, engineer. The original thing from the thing is the Valkyrie. But I made it a dropship, my dream dropship pack, which is Valkyrie, Asgard, Prowler, and Legionnaire. Yeah, I don't even want to know how much money I lost on that one. But again, I've got the Ballista Snowblind. The rare ones I have left that I can do is I have an OG. So on my account, I've got the Mustang, 2 Ravens, the stuff like that. I have the OG Grey Cat skin, Gunmetal, which you can't buy anymore. I also have an OG Mantis, which I can gift. This one here, chat. This is an old one as well. So it's a Mantis that I can gift. LTI Mantis with the flight suit and flight helmet and stuff. The thing is though, is you can get those sort of items now in the game. But they're super rare, you know. But even when the armor's available for players to find in the game, I'm not crying on Spectrum about it. I'm like, cool, you know? I don't think I'll keep a Mantis by the end of it anyway. It's just more just things to maybe give away to people down the line. Anyway, that's enough fucking yakking. That's enough yakking, chat. I'm out. I got dinner. Gotta get dogs ready. All that good stuff. Nyx is running around like a lunatic. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We're streaming all days through the week. I'm just not going to do any, like, long hours, chat. So, like, 5 or 6 a day, Monday to Saturday. Just streamline it a bit until CIG are back and stuff like that. Oh, still at the end of January, we are going to be playing multiplayer No Rest for the Wicked. I was talking about it. It's still on discount just now on Steam. If you like ARPG games, you like good story, and you like Dark Souls sort of mechanics, Check it out. It's called No Rest for the Wicked. And at the end of January, they bring in 4-player multiplayer, which is actually a really cool way of doing it. I think we'll just leave it, chat. Like, generally, I've got food right beside me. Yeah, we'll just leave it as that. I need to go. I can't figure out where I want to go, and I don't want the distractions. So yeah, we'll call it there. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy Gallifrey. Thank you guys again for Friday. And I will see you tomorrow with testing out the Ghost and all that good stuff. Have a good night, everyone. Appreciate yous as always. Steve, take care. Jay, Gallivere, Bloodsucker, Glitch, Cell, Griffin, Sideways, Engineer, Test Battle, Tough, Seiko, New Delhi. Have a wonderful night, guys. Appreciate yous.